Good morning, everyone. In a few minutes, we are about to start. Before we start with our session, may we remind everybody to register first before going to your respective room assignments. Remember that this is the last day of our supposedly 1 week inset. We have two sheets to sign in, one for the attendance and one for the food allowance. May we also remind everybody to strictly adhere to the safety protocols as mandated by the IATF. So this reminder is especially true to the participants who are there in school. Maintain 1 meter distance from your colleagues, wear your masks and face shields at all times, and sanitize your hands regularly. May we remind all the participants who are there in school to please proceed to the Bongon Hall if you will be attending the session. Again, for the teachers who are there in school, please proceed to the Bongon Hall. Thank you. For the non-teaching personnel, the venue of your session will be the old principal's office. Again, for the non-teaching personnel, the venue of your session will be at the old principal's office. So that would be for the teaching, we are going to have the Bongon Hall, and for the non-teaching, we will be having the old principal's office. Please be guided accordingly.
New day, new learnings. Good morning, teaching personnel of Tabacon National High School, and welcome to the second day of our mid-year in-service training for Tabacon National High School's teaching and non-teaching personnel, with the theme, Fostering Effective and Flexible Learning Environment for Optimum Professional and Academic Gains. Hello, ma'am. Wala ka po, ma'am, na sound.
Sorry. So, I repeat again. As the theme of this year's Inset suggests, the activities and discussions planned for us center on strengthening the core of our workforce to equip us with the appropriate tool and skills to combat the adversities brought about by the changing times.
Yesterday, our very own CID Chief, Dr. Gilly Roses, imparted with us a very valuable lesson which we can use to assess our students while catering to academic ease. To solidify our learnings for this topic, may we call in Ma'am Linda C. Bruto, Master Teacher 1 Filipino for the MOL.
A pleasant morning to everyone. Today is the day two and the last day of the mid-year in-service training for Tobacco National High School's teaching and non-teaching personnel with its theme, Fostering Effective and Flexible Learning Environment for Optimum Professional and Academic Gains. At this juncture, please allow me to recap what transpired yesterday. Day one started with the opening program, opening remarks of Mr. Winston Cargullo, the junior high school chairperson of the court team, followed by the presentation of participants of Mrs. Asteria A. Velasco, OIC of English Department for Junior High School, and Mrs. Eva B. Israel, OIC Sports Track for Senior High School. Mrs. Salve B. Estrella, Assistant Schools Principal 2, Junior High School Academics, presented the members of the core team. It was followed by the welcome remarks of our dearly beloved Principal 4, Mrs. Elena B. Tasi. Mrs. Agnes B. Bonaobra, PSDS for Tabaco National High School, gave a short message. An overview was given by Mrs. Concepcion S. Barameda, MT1 Senior High School, Chairperson, Core Team. While Mrs. Sita R. Bungalbal, MT2 Filipino Department, read the House rules. We were very fortunate having been with the CID chief, Mrs. Jilly L. Roses, who shared her expertise on contextualizing academic ease and workshop on integrative assessment. Despite the struggles and net connectivity during the lecture, she has firmly managed to extend her time afternoon break just to provide us with clear visualization and samples of an integrative assessment. From her statements, we noted that the Department of Education has mandated us with Depth and Order number 31, Series 2020, that provided guidelines in assessment for a pandemic, emphasizing that during this health crisis, quarterly assessment has been disregarded, but focusing more on the written work and performance or product of the learners. Now, she also made clear that integrative assessment must use GRASP, that, uh, that includes the goal, the role, audience, situation, product performance, and standards, and the use of the MELPs. She also stated that in integrative assessment, two or more subjects can be integrated in the lessons, provided that outputs must be read and graded also by the subject teachers concerned. Likewise, she also gave reminders on how students' performance must be graded using the rubrics. Similarly, she advised the use of simple terms and simple activities must be crafted knowing that the learners are learning by themselves, alone or with the guidance of the parents. Here at Tabaco National High School, we are adopting the blended modalities of learning during this pandemic. We knew that we have the ODL, digital, and modular. But with those strong typhoons that ruined mostly our classrooms, facilities, and connectivity, we had switched them to modular platform for the meantime. So as teachers, let's be united in the pursuits of continuous education despite all these crises. Keeping in touch with our learners at the times, through chat or messenger, will inspire them to pursue learning. Sa katunayan, sa panahon ng pandemya, marami tayong aral na natutunan sa buhay. Natuto tayong balikan ang mga tradisyonal na gawain na ibinaon sa limot dahil sa pagkahumaling sa makabagong teknolohiya. Tinuruan tayong muling makapiling ang pamilyang buo, pahalagaan ang likas na yaman at kapaligiran. Muling nanariwa ang pagkakaisa at pagtutulungan. Nabigyang muli ng pagkakataong maturuan ng mga magulang ang kanilang mga anak. Lahat ng ito ay sumubok sa ating kakayahan bilang tao. As teachers, we know we can also make a difference in the lives of our dear students under this new normal education. Let us assure them with brighter future and help them feel safe. Isulong natin ang dekalidad na edukasyon. Again, good day and happy holidays.
Thank you very much, Mamda, for that very comprehensive and substantial synthesis of integrative assessment. Now, we can really say that Tabaco National High School teachers are equipped and ready to meet the demands of assessment in the new normal. Aside from measuring the extent of our students' understanding, another challenge that we are facing right now is how to ensure the students learn what they need to learn while addressing the need to keep them safe and secure.
Amidst this pandemic and the series of typhoons which have disrupted our daily lives, lie a beacon of hope brought about by the gift of technology. Indeed, to help us deliver the goods to our students, technology offers its hands to us and provides us with solutions to the disruption brought about by distance learning. Hence, today, the topics which will be discussed to us will revolve around the importance of ICT in the new normal, the concerns and restrictions which teachers have regarding its use, and how to troubleshoot these concerns. For our first topic, entitled Coping with the New Normal Challenges Along ICT, we are very honored to have with us today Tobacco City Division's Information Technology Officer 1 and Microsoft Ambassador, Ma'am Rafaela Mirna Kasim.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ma'am Ellen. Thank you very much, Ma'am Laarni. The MCs, si Ma'am Arnie, si Ma'am Ba, and uh, I'm happy again. I'm back and my TNH family, where I came from, and at the same time, I am also an alumna of Tabaco National High School. Again, good morning, everyone. Okay, I am here to discuss only the updates about ICT. Now, before I start the updates, may I remind everyone, now we are now in this new normal. Whether we like it or not, ICT is one of the most important part of this new normal. So, minsan nga ang iba sa atin, nagrereklamo kung bakit lahat na lang naka-ICT. Wala po tayong magagawa kasi yan ang dala ng bagong new normal. Because whether we like it or not again, we are starting now with the future. Ang papunta nating future natin, ito na talaga. Sinimulan lang tayo ng COVID. Sa paraan ni COVID, sinimulan na natin ang papunta sa future na kailangan matutunan natin lahat kung paano gamitin si ICT. Hindi basta-basta ang ICT, hindi naman siya madalian ang pagkatuto, kaya kailangan ng hinay-hinay lang. Anyway, according to Microsoft, ICT is a user-friendly thing na lahat ng mga bagay, pag kahit na sa IT, may mga instruction, kung may nagkamali ka, may mga instruction na ibibigay sa'yo with regards to the things that you have forgotten. So, sa ayaw at sa gusto natin, kailangan natin matutunan paano gumamit ng ICT. Kasi lahat ng mga galing sa central office na ICT-based, ibinababa lang namin dito sa ibababa yan sa region, ibababa ni region sa division, ibababa ni division sa school. Kaya lahat ng binibigay ng school, hindi lang siya parang sasabihin natin na kapritsyo ng school, hindi po siya. Galing po yan lahat doon sa pinakataas, galing sa central office. Okay po ba? So, kaya sa ayaw at sa gusto natin, hinay-hinay lang po, kailangan po nating matutunan si IT. Kasi yun talaga ang kailangan with this new normal. Sabi nga ni Ma'am Da, na ibalik yung mga tradisyonal, pero hindi pa rin mawawala si ICT. Kasi lahat ng mga, especially mga modern instruction ngayon, are ICT-based. At saka ang kagandahan ng ICT, sa una po kasi, mahirap siya matutunan. Pero pag nakasanayan mo na siya, nagamay mo na siya, madali ang pagtrabaho ng lahat-lahat pag naka-ICT based. Ang medyo nga lang siya, pag ICT based, siyempre, kasama niyan si kuryente, kasama niyan si internet connection. Pag walang kuryente, walang internet, kailangan nyo naman na mag-device na kagagawin nyo siyang offline. Kasi meron tayong online, meron offline based. Kaya dapat marunong kayo ng online, marunong din kayo ng offline based. Okay, so yeah, that is ICT. Hindi siya mawawala sa new normal. Okay, ino-open ko pa po yung presentation ko. Medyo mabagal si laptop, hintayin po natin. Ang ibibigay ko po ngayon ay ang updates ng ICT. Hello? Clear po ba ako? Naririnig ko, Ma'am Arns? Clear, okay. So, medyo mabagal. Okay, ito na po siya. So kasama to yan sa IT. Kasi actually po pag sa ICT, ang processing niya ng mga bagay-bagay depende sa configuration ng inyong mga gadgets. Kasi pag ang gadgets po, mababa ang configuration, mabagal din ang processing ng mga data. Okay, ICT updates. Okay, first update po, we have here a memorandum from OUA that from Gilbert Charsad, pero may memorandum to gathering dun rememoranda na lang to na create ni director. May memorandum from central office is the updating of picture profile in the DepEd recommended platform. Now, according to the central office with the ICTS, the Department of Education, Regional Office 5 would like to encourage everyone to update your picture profile in the DepEd recommended platform in order to have a professional and recent solo picture for proper identification and housekeeping of accounts for the following platforms. First, your Google Mail account. Yung Google Mail account, yung wala pong kamatayan na DepEd email account. Then another one, kasi as DepEd personnel, meron tayong dalawang common accounts. We have the DepEd email accounts and the Office 365 accounts. All teachers, or not only teachers, including non-teaching personnel, given these two accounts for free, the DepEd email accounts and the Microsoft Office 365 accounts. Now, another one, we have the workplace from Facebook account. Then meron pa tayong isa, yung bagong binigay sa atin, yung DepEd Commons, yun ang mga accounts natin. According to it, sabi ng central office na dapat yung mga profile pics natin doon, ganitong format siya. May sample ako sa dyan, nakikita niyo yung picture ni Mai, yung office ko doon sa division office, dapat parang ID picture or half body pic na formal po, hindi rin siya naka-side view, hindi, yung walang mga, kumbaga sabi natin, walang mga anik-anik. Hindi rin pwedeng picture ng family, it should be a solo picture para madali ang identification ng mga accounts nyo. Kasi according to them, mag-housekeeping na sila ng mga accounts. Pag ang accounts nyo po, walang proper profile pic, ang tendency, baka i-delete nila yung mga accounts nyo permanently. So, hindi na kayo mabibigyan ng account. Kaya dapat po, halimbawa, kung medyo sasabihin na naman natin na walang internet connection, medyo mahina. Anyway, one time lang naman yan. Tingnan nyo na lang muna o pumunta sa mga lugar na medyo malakas ang connection, maka-upload lang po kayo ng profile pic nyo for those different accounts. Okay po, so yan po ang first update. Okay, another one, the process of creating and resetting of DepEd email accounts. Now, ang DepEd email accounts, ang main, especially for the division office personnel, ang main administrator po is the division ITO. Now, for the creation, ang process natin ng creation now, magpaparelease ako ng memo later on, kung magpapakreate ng bagong teacher, dapat dadaan muna doon sa ICT coordinator, school ICT coordinator. Kasi hindi na ako mag-accept ng direktang pupunta doon sa office para duman sa ICT coordinator para ma-validate ng IT coordinator kung teacher ba siya talaga ng school. Saka isis yung ICT coordinator naman ang magsisend sa akin na magpapakreate kayo ng account. Yung resetting of account, parang ganun na din. Okay, kung talagang importante yung pagpa-reset, kasi ang nangyayari kasi, ang resetting, paulit-ulit. Pero actually, ang pag-reset ng mga account nyo, pwedeng sana yan sa end nyo. Kung na-memorize nyo yung mga security passwords, so on and so forth, pwede kayong mag-reset ng accounts. Pero kung talagang nakalimutan talaga yung password, much better i-throw nyo sa ICT coordinator or if that kung talagang importante, pupunta kayo sa office, mag-fill up kayo ng information. Okay? So dapat sana po naman, siguraduhin na natin yung pinareset yung accounts, pakilista rin na po ng tama ng password sa maraming listahan para hindi nakakalimutan. Kasi nga ako, tatanggapin ko na rin sa sarili ko na ako makakalimutin na rin. Kaya lahat ako may lista ng lahat ng mga passwords. Okay, so another one, for the Office 365 accounts. Ang DepEd email account natin, kung yung mga teacher na iba pa hindi pa marunong, nakakalimutan lagi. Ilalagin po siya ulit sa Gmail, sa gmail.com. Doon po siya ilalagin. Hindi po kayo maglalagin sa deped.gov.ph kasi wala po deped.gov.ph. Ang deped.gov.ph nating account, naka-incorporate siya or naka-attach siya sa Gmail accounts. Ang mga accounts natin yan sa Gmail accounts, that is been purchased or bayad po yan ng central office. Okay, then after that, ilagay nyo sa Gmail, dun kayo maglalagay na accounts nyo. Ang format niya lagi is first name, dot, family name, at deped.gov.ph. Aside from that, minsan, careful tayo ng pag-input ng mga text. Kasi kung minsan, sasabihin nyo na, mali na naman yung password nyo, hindi nyo napansin, mali yung pag-input nyo ng data sa keyboard nyo. Okay, para siguraduhin niya, isa-isa ang pagpindot ng keys. Tsaka dapat, be careful, kasi nga ang keys baga is very soft, hindi nyo napansin, minsan napipindot nyo yung katabing keys kasi iba na ang lumalabas na password. Okay, so pag sa ano naman, sa Office 365 accounts, ang resetting of passwords is done on the central office. Kaya magpapareset kayo, ituturo nyo ulit sa ICT coordinator, then the ICT coordinator, bibigay sa akin yung lista, kaso hindi siya madalian kasi by bunch din ang pag-reset ng password for the Office 365. Ngayon kung ang isa pa, ang Office 365, pag binigyan kayo ng temporary password, that is nag-expire siya for 25 days. Kaya dapat pag binigay sa halimbawa ngayon, bilang kayo ng 25 days, pag after 25 days, hindi nyo na-activate yung password nyo, automatic na naman, hindi na naman tatanggapin yung temporary password. Another thing is, ang Office 365, pwede kayo mag-reset ng password nyo sa end nyo. Ano ibig sabihin ng sa end nyo? Doon sa account nyo mismo. Pag nag-login kayo ng account nyo, doon sa office.com, mag-forgot password lang kayo, tapos bibigyan kayo ng proseso paano mag-reset ng inyong password. Kaya lang, dapat, alam nyo po, memorize nyo ulit, pag activate nyo ng mga account nyo sa Office 365, dapat na-memorize nyo yung, ang common na hinihingi doon, yung CP number una. Ngayon, kung hindi na CP number, naghihingi siya ng security password na ginamit natin, parang yung mga, who is your favorite hero, sino yung first na kadate nyo, o sino yung first class, so on and so forth. Dapat memorize. Pwede kayo mag-reset ng password doon sa end nyo mismo. Okay, so ang format ng, nalilito pa rin kayo, ang format po ng Office 365, it's hindi siya yung, sa DepEd personnel, sa SDO namin, iba ang format namin ng Office 365 account sa schools. Para ma-identify yung schools, ang yung mga nasa schools, nilagyan siya ng, example, ang format niya is julma.cardulio@r5-1.deped.gov.ph. So, ito po siyang format niya. Since sa SDO personnel, same format lang kami ng DepEd email. Pero sa inyo po, iba ang DepEd email, tsaka iba rin ang account ng format nyo sa Office 365. Kaya baka nalilito kayo, kapag login nyo, linagin nyo sa DepEd Office 365 yung DepEd email, hindi po siya ma-recognize. Kasi ang naka-recognize doon na format is yung may R5-1. Kasi nga, dahil nga sa school, mas marami siya, ang ginawa niya, parang linagyan ng code by region, and halimbawa nga, Region 5-1, number 1, o sa iba namang division, R5-2, R5-3, so on and so forth. Okay po, so any question po dyan? Yun po ang Office 365. Ngayon yung mga Office 365 account nyo, gamitin nyo po siya. Pwede siyang, pagkatapos, ang kagandahan ng Office 365 po kasi is, both siya offline and online. Hindi kagaya ng G Suite, kasi ang G Suite online lang siya. Ang Office 365, ang Microsoft, pwede siyang online, pwede siyang offline. May online version siya, ilalagin mo sa office.com. Ang offline version niya, pwede mo siyang i-download yung Office 365 sa mga laptop nyo, sa mga gadgets nyo. At least ang parang bawat isang account, pwede attach siya sa 3 o 5 na gadget. Pero sa account nyo. pwede mo siyang i-share sa kapamilya mo, so on and so forth, na free na yung Office 365. Kasi nga, di ba, ang Office, binibili siya. After 1 year, yung ordinary Office, ang bagong latest yan is Office 2019. Wala pang 2020 version. Ang Office 2019, kung mag-purchase ka, as in, at least, I think that is 1,500 or 2,000. After a year, mag-expire na siya. Kailangan mag-purchase uli. Samantalang Office 365, pag dinownload mo siya, hindi siya po nag-expire. O kung mag-expire man siya, i-reactivate mo lang siya online. Okay po ba? So that is, at dapat niyo po siyang gamitin kasi sayang siya, kasi po bayad siya ng central office. Bayad niya lahat ng accounts na binigay sa atin. Okay, bayad siya per year ang subscription niya kasi ng Office 365, yearly. Tapos pag hindi niyo ginamit, di sayang yung pera ni DepEd. Okay. So, yan ang pag-reset ng password sa Office 365. Then, may plan rin si Central Office na later on, ibababa sa end namin yung resetting ng Office 365. Pero, nasa proseso pa po siya. Lahat ng yan nasa proseso. Okay, another update, si teacher, tsaka si DepEd personnel na non-teaching and teaching, hindi lang siya ang binigyan ng accounts. Lahat po ng estudyante ay binigyan na rin ng accounts, ng dalawang accounts, pares ng accounts natin na dalawa. Meron din silang GSOT account or Gmail account, meron din silang Office 365 account. Dahil sa ngayon, medyo pandemic pa, at saka ngayon maluwi pa ang net connection, di pa ma-process, na-forward na po sa mga ICT coordinator yung mga accounts ng estudyante na dalawa. Office 365 account and GSOT account. Kasi ang GSOT account, halimbawa, pares din siyang format, Rafaela, tama ba ako, Chep? Na-open niyo na ba yon? Yung sa DepEd email account ng mga estudyante tsaka ng Office 365. The same format din siya. Kasi tinatanong ko yung mga ICT coordinator kasi ako hindi ko siya ma-open. Sa kanila pinasa yung mga accounts ng mga estudyante. Kasi ang administrator pong ng accounts of the students will be the ICT coordinators. Okay po? So bibigyan din sila ng dalawang account, Office 365 and GSOT account. And imagine that, maglaki rin ang ginastos ni DepEd ulit dyan kasi ang may account mula kinder until grade 12. Basta na sa LIS, meron siyang account. Kaya nga ang mga lahat ng data ng estudyante, data ng teacher na binibigyan ng mga accounts ni Central Office ay lahat siya kinikuha rin doon sa LIS. At kung hindi nakalista sa LIS, di wala rin siyang account. Okay po? So that is the Office 365 and GSOT account of the student. While the students are given the GSOT accounts, kasi especially pag na siya, halimbawa mag-online online siya, naka-online siya, ang GSOT account ng estudyante, ang email niya nang gagamitin, hindi na yung personal email. Kailangan niyang gamitin yung DepEd email niya, plus DepEd email ni teacher para mas marami kasing feature ang nagagamit sa Google Classroom or Google Meet pag ang ginamit mo ay DepEd email account kaysa personal account. May mga limitation yung personal accounts doon sa DepEd email accounts. I-compare doon sa DepEd email accounts. Kaya pag mag-online class si estudyante, dapat ipapagamit na ni teacher na DepEd email, yung account niya, hindi na yung personal account sa Gmail, kasi diba, nung wala pa yung DepEd email accounts ng students, temporary, pinagamit natin ng Gmail accounts. Ngayon, dahil meron na, DepEd email accounts na ang gagamitin. Okay po? Okay, so, next. Okay, sa learning management system naman, ang central office, meron siyang binibigay na unang-una yung Google Classroom. Then, yung Microsoft Teams. Pag magamay nyo yan, halos pare-pares lang naman siya. Depende nga kayo sa kung ano ang gamay nyong gamitin. Di ba sa atin, kahit na yung mga version ng mga offices ay Microsoft Office, Kung ang version na gamay mo yung 2013, okay lang. Kaya lang, ang kaibahan naman, pag ang version, lower version, kaysa updated version, yung mga updated version, may mga additional lang siyang mga, may mga enhancement na nilalagay. Pero yung mga basic na gamit, halimbawa yung Word, na ang version niya 2013, 2016, or 2010, halos pare-parehas yan lang ang basic niya. Nagdadagdag lang siya ng enhancement na idinagdag dun sa pag nag-upgrade siya ng version. Parang yung mga cellphone din natin, di ba? Pag ang cellphone natin nag-upgrade ng version, nag-upgrade ng version ng CP natin, nagdagdag lang siya, nag-enhance lang siya. Pero yung mga dating gamit niya, yung mga basic na uses niya, the same pa rin siya sa dati. Kaya ganun din sa Google Classroom, Microsoft Teams, meron din siyang Moodle, di ba nag-training tayo na ito ng mga lahat-lahat. Then others, kung meron man kayong marami kasing mga LMS na gumawa dahil nga dito sa pandemic, yung mga negosyante, naging negosyo nila na nilang paggawa ng learning management system. Maraming nag-offer ng learning management system. Pero, meron din siyang mga bayad. Okay? So, okay, may mga bayad. Pero itong yung mga binibigay sa atin ng central office, meron ka rin makuha mga free, pero may mga limitation din siya. Halimbawa, minsan free, mga trial for 30 days, or pwede kang makakuha pa ng free na for 1 year, pero may mga limitation. Later on, may bayad na siya. Kasi nga ang buhay ng tao ngayon, ang tumatakbo, negosyo lahat. Di ba sa online nga, free, lahat yung free. Pag clinic mo ng clinic, ang dami ng clinic ng pagkahaba-haba, pero dating sa pinakandul, may bayad pala. Ibibigay lang sa'yo, free trial for 30 days. Ganun talaga ang buhay. Wala naman lahat ng bagay libre. Okay po? So, pwede kang mamili dyan ng LMS na gamay mong gamitin. Hindi siya pinipilit na ito ang gamitin mo, so on so forth. Kaya may option ka, ay binibigyan tayo ng choices. Okay, sa lahat ng magandang bagay, hindi sa pilitan. Kahit na nga ang IT, hindi naman kayo pinipilit na mag-online learning ka. Kasi kung talagang hindi mo siya feel, kalalo kung pipilitan ka magturo ng online, hindi mo naman feel, hindi ka ganadong magturo, so on and so forth. Pero yung online, binibigay lang siya sa option. Kung gusto mo, okay. Pag hindi, okay rin. Pero pag darating ang panahon, sinasabi ko po sa inyo, ako, 4 years from now, I'm retiring already. Kaya sa mga younger ones, sa ayaw at sa gusto, kailangan matutunan nyo to. Kasi kung titingnan mo yung futuristic tayo, tingnan mo nga tayo ngayon, pinimula ni COVID, ang itsura natin parang nagsisimula tayo parang mukhang robot, lahat na tayo may mask, may face shield, o darating ang panahon, ang kasalamuha na natin are the AIs, the artificial intelligence, the robots. Kaya kung hindi kayo mag-update ng sarili niyo about technology, talagang sinasabi natin na mali-left behind po kayo. Sinasabi ko po sa inyo na ang technology, hindi po siya mahirap. Mas madali siya nga pag nagamay niyo siya, kasi nga ang mga applications is user-friendly, lalo kung Microsoft. Saka ang discussion, kasi I attended ICT trainings matagal na. I started IT with the 80s. I remember when I graduated college, 88. Kasi siguro linya ko rin ng the late Mrs. Morco. Sino nga gusto sa inyo pumasok ng IT subject? Nauna kaming magpalista. Okay, kasi nga, pag lahat naman ng bagay, di ba? Kung gusto nating matutunan, ang lahat ng bagay may paraan. Pero pag ayaw natin, pag isnarandal talaga natin yung isip natin sa IT, talagang hindi nyo po siya matututunan. Kasi hindi siya excuse na may edad ka na, hindi siya excuse na bata ka pa, hindi ka pa marunong. Lahat nga ng bagay, pwede nating matutunan kung gusto natin. Ngayon, with this new normal, sa ayaw at sa gusto natin, ulit-ulit ko, kailangan po matutunan. Pero hindi siya madalian, gradual. Kasi nga, hindi ko siya nga na perfect. I remember before, na yung mga toolbar pala noon, na ibalalabas na nawawala. Pwede mo siyang palang i-on sa screen, pwede mong tanggalin sa screen. Muna na, I was studying this of courses, short courses. Akala ko, nasira ko na yung computer kasi sabi ko, ba't nawala naman nandito sa taas ng screen ko? Yun pala, ginalaw ng isang marunong, niloko ako, inalis lahat. Pinagpawisan na ako na lahat-lahat, mag-isang oras na, hindi ko alam kung paano hanapin. Pero kung alam nyo po, simpleng pindot lang pala siya sa technology. A certain click lang, nandiyan na sa lahat. And aside from that, ang sabi nila, once daw marunong ka umintindi ng simple instruction sentence English, hindi ka mawawala sa paggamit ng technology. Kasi once you click an icon like that one, pag mali siya, pag i-click mo siya, nagbibigay siya ng screen tips. Like for example, ang ginawa ko, pag nag-right-click ka, ang very common siya is right-click. Pag nag-right-click ka, may bibigay dyan sa mga option. Pwede mo siyang ipag-click-click lahat yan. Pwede mo siyang explore kung ano bang lumalabas. Plus, pag nag-exploration po, kailangan mo nang tingnan sa screen kung anong ginagawa nung clinic mo. Kasi pag hindi mo siya tinandaan kung anong ginawa ng clinic mo, hindi mo alam kung ano bang ginawa ng command na yun para dun sa clinic mong icon. Okay? So, the next, okay, lately, we have also another memo from Yusek Elaine Pasqua. May remind Yusek Elaine Pasqua is on the news. Yeah, he got positive with COVID-19. Okay, last December 11. Siya ang Undersecretary of Office of Administration. Siya rin ang number 1 na patronizer ng kapartner ni ICTS. Ang director namin is Director Abram Abanil. Okay, may pinalabas siyang bagong memorandum, termination of use adapted workplace. According to the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration, announces that the termination of the use of workplace for the Department of Education, this will take effect on December 11, 2020, Friday. Kang December 11 pa. So in line with this, pinalabas na ito yung memo sa field. All offices and focal persons are hereby instructed to download and collate all relevant photographs, files, and information, including members of the different workshop groups and their email addresses relating to programs and projects under UUA strand such as DepEd TV and radio, Last My Schools, school building programs, school sports program, school-based feeding program, etc. All materials gathered from workplace should be uploaded the appropriate Google Drive folder addressed through link https bit.ly workplace downloads on or before Thursday, December 10. So, yan. Yung account natin sa workplace has been already terminated. Kasi nga ito, this is also a purchased account. Yung workplace account kasi magkaiba dun sa ordinary Facebook account. Kasi ang ordinary Facebook account, di ba, libre. Pero hindi natin siya sinasabing libre kasi naglo-load tayo. May bayad pag tayo nagpe-Facebook kasi hindi tayo makapag-Facebook kung wala tayong load. Pero yung workplace account is again purchased kasi ang kaiba ng workplace sana is may exclusivity. Kasi yung Facebook baga, kahit sino pwedeng mag-add doon sa group. Pero dito sana ko sa workplace, may exclusivity siya na ang pwede mo, pag naka-workplace ka, ang pwede lang mo siyang i-add kung naka-DepEd email accounts. Pag hindi siya DepEd email accounts, hindi siya tatanggapin dun sa group na yon. Kaso nga lang, siguro hindi nagka-intindihan ulit sa presyo, kaya hindi sa mga contract, may mga contracts din yan, parang yun ang naano ko, hindi na nagkasundo sa kontrata, kaya terminate na yung account ng workplace. Okay, another one. For DCP packages. Okay, DCP packages are really intended for instructional purposes. Lahat ng package, anong package pa yan, anong batch pa yan, ang lahat ng mga package, lahat ng mga gadgets, ang purpose talaga yan is for instructional purposes. Like for example, pag isi-teach, dapat nakalagay siya sa DCP packages should be intact in a computer laboratory room. It can be borrowed, but it should be returned properly after it's used. Now, ang borrowing naman, hindi siya pwedeng hiramin sana na siguro maximum na ang 1 week. Halimbawa, yung laptop, maximum na a week or 3 days, hindi siya pwedeng isang buwan. Kasi nga, ginagamit siya dapat ng teacher na for instruction doon sa loob ng computer lab. And the packages, dapat naka-intact sa lab. Hindi siya pwedeng nandun ka ICT coordinator, nandun kung sino pang teacher, hindi siya pwedeng kunin ng matagalan. Dapat ibabalik siya sa lab kasi kung sino na naman ang teacher na may ICT-enabled instruction, siya ang dapat gumamit ng mga gadgets na yon. Plus yung estudyante, doon dapat gumamit sa lab. Pwede naman siyang hiramin kung talagang hindi ginamit, importanteng kailangan, like for office use, pero pa after use, ibabalik pa rin siya sa lab. Like for example, yung mga tablets. Ang tablets, kasi ngayon, ang ibibigay ng mga DCP packages, hindi na po siya desktop, hindi na siya yung mga monitors na naka-network, hindi na siya yung individual desktop kasi nga bulky. Ngayon, ang binibigay na, it's either tablet or laptops. Like for example, ang school bibigyan ng 50 tablets, dapat nakahouse siya sa isang room. Na pagpasok, anyway, may lalagyan din siyang cart kasi may charging cart siya nakasabay. Pagpasok doon ng estudyante, yun ang gagamitin ni estudyante. Pero guided pa rin siya ng teacher na magpapagamit ng lab. Kaya nga sabi nga natin, hindi mahirap ang maging ICT manager. Kasi ang pag nag-ICT lab manager ka, kailangang i-check mo lahat yung mga components ng kung okay ba siya. Lagi kang may iwan sa lab, hindi ka pwedeng mauna kasi ka-counter check mo lahat ng mga gadgets na ginamit ng estudyante. Especially 50 yan, di ba? Di-assign mo yung 50, dapat magbibigay ka rin ng lab rules para sa estudyante mo na para yung what I mean, parang maging magaan din yung trabaho mo na hindi ka na mag-counter check isa-isa. Magbibigay ka ng leader, o ito ang row na to, ikaw mag-check niyan, itong row na to, isang estudyante ang taga-check. That is for instructional purposes talaga. Ngayong pandemic, may nagbigay ng memorandum ulit, parang guidelines si Central Office, hindi siya may guidelines na binigay sa Central Office na pwede siyang ipairam si teacher, specifically ang priority ng yun nag-ODL. Pero pagkatapos ng pandemic, ibabalik po siya. Pero mas maganda nga sana pag during na sa preparation ng mga ODL, pagkatapos ibalik ulit mo saan muna sa lab. Kasi pag hindi naman kasi pag and aside from that, pag naghiram si teacher dan dapat ingatan yung gadget kasi marami pang teacher ang dapat gagamit ng hiniram yung gadgets. Okay po. Hindi parang i-insert sa'yo na sa buong taon yung isang laptop. Hindi po siya pwede. Kasi dapat, halimbawa yung 50 laptops na ibibigay na DCP packages, dun siya sa classroom. Kasi ang 50 laptops siya, may separate laptop din yung para sa teacher. Di may sa teacher din. Pero sa teacher, yung 50 laptops, yun ang gagamitin ng estudyante. Hindi po siya po ibibigay sa teacher isa-isa. Dapat sa instruction yon. Ngayong pandemic lang, pwede siyang gamitin. O kaya kung si teacher gusto gumamit ng laptop, pumunta sa lab. Para ganun ang proseso. Para maglalagbook tayo. Kasi, di ba, property ng government, kung magigagamit si teacher, kaya importante, wala kang gadget, pwede kang pumunta sa lab. Ma'am, pwede pong mag-encode lang ako. Then nakalagbook ka, para in case man, may makita si ICT lab manager na may mali, pwedeng alam kung sino, ikaw ang last na gumamit nito. Ano bang nangyari dito? Para kung magpa-troubleshoot ka, magto-troubleshoot man sa ICT lab manager, tatanungin si teacher, ano bang ginawa mo? Ganito palang ginawa mo, kaya ganito yon. Okay, para sa susunod, alam nyo na kung paano gamitin para hindi agad-agad masira ang ating mga gadgets. Kasi imagine, ang budget na ginagamit ni Central Office na DepEd dito is billions. Hindi lang sa millions pag-procure ng mga gadgets. Especially now naman, siguro unless na yung mga buti nga sa inyo, tabako ay may 50 laptops, may 50 tablets. Pero sa ibang school, wala. Ay, secondary lang ang meron mga tablets. Yung elementary, may isa lang na recipient. Kasi nga sabi nila, ang mga principal, nagtatanong din sa akin, bakit kami hindi recipient? Ang recipient ng packages, base pa rin yan doon sa EBIS at saka sa LIS. Wala po kong alam, hindi ako nagbibigay kung sino ang mag-receive ng package. Kami lang, taga-receive lang ng lista. At saka pa-process, ito yung lista, ipaprocess yung delivery. Tsaka inspection ng validation ng mga requirements para ma-deliver yung mga gadgets. Okay po ba? So, there must be proper documentation of the borrowed DCP packages equipments. Kasi actually, ang laptop, hindi basta-basta naman siya nasisira unless may nahulog. Yung mga programs siya, nasira man niya, may nawala, kayo madaling palitan. Pero yung talagang hardware niya, hindi naman siya basta agad-agad nasisira. Tsaka, ang pinaka-minimum na buhay ng laptop is 3 years. Pag naka 3 years ka, okay na. Pero pag ako nga, ang laptop ko, pwedeng naabot sa ako ng 10 years, depende sa gamit nyo. And now, the last one, okay, kasi sa ayon nga sana, ako personally, as teacher, isa yan sa dapat mo nang i-purchase, okay, parang investment. Kasi ako personally, ang view ko, huwag tayo maghintay, nabibigyan tayo ng central office ng mga laptop tig-isa ang teacher. Kasi nga, kung titingnan mo nga ang volume ng population natin na sa DepEd, hindi po yan kakayanin ng budget. Lalo na ngayon ay napoporsi ko na yung mga, unless na-purchase yung mga DCP packages na procure na, pwede pa yung ma-deliver. Pero yung hindi pa na-procure, hindi na siya maipoprocure. Kasi ang concentration nga naman ng DepEd, lahat sa repair ng classroom. Especially sa Region 5 na tinamaan tayo ng calamity. Ngayon, ang last update ko is paano pangangalagaan nyo ang inyong mga gadgets. Sabi ko nga as teacher, dapat investment mo na ang pagkaroon ng laptop. Sa ayaw at sa gusto, kailangan may laptop ka. Para sasabihin mo na kung manghihiram ka, pag nagsisira mo siya, may papalit ka. At least kung nasa sarili mo, nasira mo na, walang problema. Sa sarili mo ang nasira mo. Okay, pag proper ka, ang laptop, ang specs ng laptop na bibili natin, wag na po kayong bibili ng mababa ang specs kasi nga ang pag binili ka ng mababang specs, ang lumalabas ng mga programs, ng mga application, matataas ang specs. Pag linoad nyo naman siya doon sa mababang specs, magagalit na naman kayo kasi ang bagal ng processing, loading pa lang pag opening, naghihintay kayo ng ilang minutes. Kasi nga po, mababa ang specs na binili nyo. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, ang simulan nyo ng specs sa Core i3, pataas. Huwag na kayo ng mga, Celeron, Pentium, kasi hindi kakayanan si Office 365. Ang Core i3 nga, minsan bagal pa sa Office 365. Plus kung ang laptop nyo, huwag nyo downloadan ng mga games, huwag nyo downloadan naman kasi nga, pag bindownloadan nyo ng maraming mga, napupuno yung hard drive nyo, ang processing niya nagiging mabagal. Okay? Huwag nyo downloadan ng maraming pictures. Ang pictures nyo dapat separate. Dapat meron din kayong external hard drive. Pa isa-isa, ihulugan yung laptop. Pagtapos na, another year naman yung, kaya nga yung gadgets na cellphone na mamahal, di mas magkailangan natin talaga sa pagtuturo ang laptop. Huwag downloadan ng mga games, huwag lagyan ng maraming pictures, kasi yun ang nakakabagal ng processing ng mga laptops nyo. Ang malakas kumain kasi yung mga pictures tsaka videos. Yung mga documents lang, okay lang yan. Konti lang ang kinakain niya na bytes. Okay, another, para maganda ang processing ng laptop nyo, every now and then, kailangan yung mag-defragmentation. Ang defragmentation kasi, parang pig-sort out niya yung mga clustering ng mga files nyo. Sinusort out niya, tinatanggal niya yung sineseparate yung mga bad cluster. Meron na tawag na bad cluster, good clusters, tsaka yung mga folder niyo, sinusort out yung mga files nyo. Para kasi nga, kung titingnan natin, yung mga medyo bata pa na kagaya ko, yung RPM record record, yung processing ng RPM record, ganun ang processing ng hard disk natin, yung mga may storage ng laptop natin. Pag it follows tracks. Ngayon kung may mga bad tracks na hindi na-align, bumabagal yung processing ng gadgets natin. So every month or much better, defrag kayo. Defragmentation. Meron yan, i-click mo lang dan, ilagay mo lang dyan sa scan disk niya, sa ano ba yan, yung dun sa baba, sa search box, defrag or defragmentation, lalabas na yung sa screen yung defrag. I-click mo lang yan. May oras yung defragmentation. Another one, yung scan disk. Kasi yung scan disk, minsan may mga temporary files. Nakakapuno rin yung temporary files. Plus yung mga ibang files na hindi nyo na kailangan, pag nag-scan disk kayo, tinatanggal doon. Okay, and the last one is the housekeeping of files. Pag minsan may makikita ako, bumubukas ng laptop, ang desktop niya, punong-puno ng folder lahat. Kung pwede pa lang may folder dito sa baba ng laptop, lalagyan pa. Wala nang mapaglagyan. Dapat, ang files, no, i-folder. Para bang nagtago kayo ng mga, nag-filing ng folder sa cabinet? Di ba dati yung steel cabinet na may mga label? Ganun yon, i-folder niya. Very common ako pag nag-filing, nalalagyan ko siya nga, Word files, Excel file, PowerPoint files, PDF files, ano pa ba, publisher files, pic graphics, o gano'n ang filing. Plus, doon sa folder rin, mag-subfolder rin kayo para madali ang paghanap nyo ng mga files nyo. Kasi ang nakakatagal minsan sa inyo, maghapon na kamo kihanap, dahil na nga nindo na ako sa file niyo, nag-relieve mo naman, lalo kang iningkod nga nindo sa pulo ng page, dagit na naman ko sa laptop nindo. Galit na naman, tatawag naman si Anakis, sino bang gumalaw ng laptop ko, parang minsan ganun din ako. Nawala na, dito lang yun, nandito lang, wala na. Pag na-delete, buti ko nandyan si recycle bin. Pag wala na si recycle bin, pag in-erase si recycle bin, maglupasay pa kayo, hindi na may babalik yun. Kailangan nyo lang ulitin ulit. So, dapat mag-housekeeping ng files. Kagaya ng housekeeping sa LIS, nag-housekeeping di ba din ng LIS para yung mga duplicates, tinatanggal, so on and so forth. Okay. May kasabay pa kung tato. Yan na, oras na po. Last na ito. So, lastly, inuulit ko po, ICT, hindi siya basta-basta. Medyo mahirap din talaga pag sa simula. Pero po, pag nagamay nyo siya, madalian ang trabaho. Remember, si Excel sa grades? Diba? Ang grades natin, 15%, 80. Somewhat, 15%, 80. Magsusulat. Pero pag di ba nag-Excel na tayo, in-input mo, mapagal sa pag nag-input ka mga names. Pero pag na-input mo na yung names, copy-paste, tapos na, in 10 minutes, tapos na yung grades, na-print na. Pero noon, ilan ang klase mo? 10. Ay, maghapon ka sa calculator, 50% surat, 30% so on and so forth. Ganun si IT. Kaya hindi po siya basta-basta. Kahit na nga sa ODL, maraming pros and cons. Meron din talaga, aside, may susunod tayong netiquettes. Maraming netiquettes. Hindi siya basta-basta. Tsaka, ang IT isa pa, dapat we help one another. Hindi porket may alam ka, alam ko, bahala ka sa buhay mo. Dapat tayo team teaching tayo din sa IT. Partnering. Kaya kung like I first sa DO, di ba? You look at me, I create a team. Ito mga kasamahan ko, ng mga mabait, mga gwapo, may gwapa. Pag merong siyang alam o i-update, ako nga, sabi ko nga, ako 4 years mag-retire na. Kayo nang mag-aral yan. Kasi ako, hindi ko naman siya magagamit kasi hindi naman ako mag-classroom. Pero I see to it na may idea ako of what is it. Kasi para pag tinanong, sa IT, hindi na marunong, di ba? Para at least may idea ako kung ano yon. Pero totally, kasi ang IT nga, onti-onti, dapat gamayin mo. Hindi siya madadala sa isahan. Okay, kung meron kang hindi alam, yung merong alam, do not hesitate to ask somebody which you do not know. Wala namang masama ang magtanong. Yung may marunong naman, sabi nga kayo ng mga gurang, dai magmaimot, tadai nadadaraan pagkagadaan. Pati ang mga kayamanan, share your blessings. Share your knowledge. Pag may alam ka, ituro mo. So, para transfer of learning, at least masaya ka. Sabi nga ni Ma'am Tess Borbor, ako ngaya, elated man, no, ako ang naupunan ko sa IT, hali pa kay Ma'am Mir. Talagang natuto siya kasi we share our knowledge, we share learnings. Mas maganda kang share your money. Mas maganda ang sinishare yung ideas. Okay? So, that's all for now. So, again, congratulations sa inset nyo, Ma'am Tasik, Tabaco National High School teachers, yung my colleagues, yung mga kabarangay ko, yung mga bagong mga bata, dapat yan ang patutunan nyo. Yung mga kabarangay ko, meron nga mas matanda pa sa akin, marunong sa IT. Hindi problema ang IT. Matututunan nyo. Sa simula, mahirap magpaturo kung hindi kaya. Pag talagang hindi kaya, sabi meron nga, sino ba nasabi no? Kung hindi, yung teacher daw, hindi marunong sa IT, mag-retire na. umiyak si teacher kasi daw pinare-retire na siya ng ng principal sa ibang region na hindi siya marunong mag-IT. Wala yung problema, ma'am. Kasi nga, magpatulong matuto para at least ma-upgrade ka, ma-update ka. Kasi pag nag-ano ng ICT, di na, doon ka sa tabi, kami lang nasa unahan. Okay po, again, good morning and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Kasim, for providing us with timely updates on ICT integration in the new normal. Indeed, technology is our best friend now. It is vital in attaining optimum professional and academic gains, and we only need to accept and embrace its opportunities and keep ourselves informed regarding its development.
Stop presenting. Yeah.
And as a gesture of thanks for our resource speaker, she will receive a certificate and token. The text reads, Republic of the Philippines Department of Education, Region 5, Division of City Schools, Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City. This certificate of commendation is awarded to Rafaela Mirna C. Kasim for her laudable performance shown and profound wisdom shared as resource speaker during the mid-year in-service training for Tabaco National High School's teaching and non-teaching personnel, with the theme, Fostering Effective and Flexible Learning Environment for Optimum Professional and Academic Gains, held on December 14 to 18, 2020 at Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City. Given this 14th day of December 2020 at Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City. Signed by Elena B. Tasik, Secondary School Principal 4, and Ma'am Agnes Bunaobra, Public Schools District Supervisor. Okay. Okay, Ma'am Elena B. Tasik will assist on giving the certificate and token. Thank you, Ma'am Mir. This time, Mrs. Julma B. Carbullo, Master Teacher 1 of Junior High School TLE Department and ICT Coordinator. She will be discussing to us the creation of group chat in FB Messenger, Google Forms, and Google Sheets. Ma'am?
Okay, so my topic for today is about creation of a GC and FB Messenger. Okay, so sabi kaya ni Ma'am Bing, so medyo daw marami pa ang especially daw yung mga nasa late, gusto rin matuto ng how to create this group chat. Okay, but aside from the group chat creation, I'll be also discussing the two Google applications, which are the Google Sheets and the Google Forms. But I have to start first with the with the creation of the group chat. Okay, so as you can see nowadays that we are in the pandemic, the most common way of communicating with each other is the use of this group chat. Okay, so yan. So kumbaga sikat na sikat si FB, Messenger, etc. Ano po? So yan. So that's the only way of communicating to reach out for other people, especially for disseminating information. So we cannot go out or say have always a face to face, but rather we have to be familiar on how we are going to create this GC. And there are also some norms or say rules to be followed in the GC. Okay? Hindi po yung nag-create ako ng GC, okay, tapos na yun. And then, nawala na, hindi na active. Okay, so yan, marami sa atin ang hindi napapansin or hindi natin nagagamit kung paano talaga ang tamang paggamit ng group chat, or we call this as the WhatsApp. Ano po? Okay, let me show you first my simple presentation. Okay, nakikita na po ba? Okay, nakikita na po ba yung ano ko, yung screen ko? Okay, so this is my first topic, how to create a group chat on Facebook Messenger. Kasi sabi ko nga kanina, so this is very important nowadays. What about if you do not have any contact with the persons involved, that you have a very important, say, matter to reach out. So this is the best way that we can chat and we can discuss your concerns. Okay, so yan po, no? Okay, so we have to know this golden rules in creating your group chat. So sabi dyan, the first one is always keep to the purpose of the group. Don't share irrelevant messages about other topics. So remember po, hindi lang po isa o dalawa lang ang members ng sa group chat, but marami po. So may mga bagay na dapat natin na i-screen ng mabuti kung ano ang mga discussion natin dyan. Ano po? Next is, do not spam the group. If you would like a group to share memes, adverts, or deals with, then set one up for that exact purpose and invite others to join. Okay, yan. Then don't be offended if others leave. Not everyone wants the same information. So, ngayon na nangyayari, inaaway. Yung member ng group chat, inaaway pag nag-leave the group. Okay? So, parang nakaka-frustrate or nakaka-offend, especially for the person who created the group chat and then invited that person to be member of that group, leave automatically without any, say, sabi natin na reasons, o maglilib ako, maglilib ako kasi hindi ko nagusto or hindi na ako masyadong na-update dito. So I don't have any more time to read everything here. So I have to leave. So that is the best way that we have also to notify, especially the admin. Okay po? Okay. And then doon naman sa admin or other groups, wag ma-offend or wag magagalit kung siya ay nag-leave the group. Sa atin kasi ngayon, parang trend na yan. That is a very big question mark if somebody leave the group. Okay? Do politely excuse yourself before you leave a group. Yung sinasabi ko kanina, magpaalaman lang. Ano po? Kasi nung minumber ka, nagpaalam sa'yo na magiging member ng group. Post your message in one single chunk of text. Don't post every word or sentence in a new message. Ayan. Kasi may mga nagte-text kasi or nagpo-post ng messages. Pa isa-isa. Okay? Pa isa-isa. Where ka? Enter. Yung lahat ng gusto niya sabihin, china-chunk niya. So, dapat hindi po ganun. Ano? If you're lurking in a group chat and seeing every message, occasional respond with something to remove the stalker vibe that inevitably develops. Ayan. May mga ganung tao, nag-lurk siya sa isang group chat. Don't create groups with minors who don't know each other. No parent wants their kids talking to strangers. But in our case, since we are in school, we usually create our group chat with the students. So they are still minors. But the concern of that is more on school activities, subject activities, and other related activities that concern school. Okay? Kaya nagki-create tayo ng GC para saan? Para ma-reach out natin kung hindi makita, at least doon pwedeng pag-usapan sa group chat. But that is also permitted. Ano po? Kasi school yan. Hindi other purposes. Ano po? Then, do not have one-on-one conversations in the group. Switch to private messages. Ang nangyayari po minsan, parang nakakalimot, parang akala sa group chat, kayo lang na dalawa, kinonsume nyo ng ilang oras, minutes, and then you have your own personal and private conversations which are already posted or reflected in the group chat. Okay. Ayaw nung member ng iba niyan kasi ang dami mong iba backread. Ano po? Okay. So, yan. If you are not sure, ask yourself these 3 questions before you post. Okay, so hindi po pwedeng medyo pag lagay tayo ng boundaries kung ano ang mga dapat natin na i-post. Is this relevant to the group? Is this necessary? Is this a good time to post? Kasi kahit hindi mo siya kaharap face to face, if you have say something that you have posted which is awful or say disgusting, so that may cause a trouble in the chat. Magiging maingay yung chat. Okay? So yan. So magiging maingay siya hanggang sa makikita mo yung content pinagtulong-tulungan, nag-leave the group na lang siya. Po? So yan. Then, so sabi dyan sa meron tayong mga very simple steps in creating group. So I hope that teachers and say friends, if our co-teacher or friend do not know how to create a group or a group chat, let us mentor them. Ano? Okay, so yan. Kasi marami din ang gustong matuto, nahihiya lang siya. Gusto niya rin mag-create, nahihiya siya sa sarili niya kasi parang takot siya. Baka kung ano magawa ko dyan. Or nahihiya siyang humingi ng tulong. Ano? So let us reach them for our concerns. Ano po? So sabi dyan, ang very first step is to launch the messenger application in your phone. So if you are using your cell phone, ang messenger po, magda-download ka po, pwede po sa Play Store. Okay? Pwede po yan gawin sa Play Store. Hanapin niyo po yung messenger and then download. Hindi ka po makaka-create ng group chat hanggat wala ka pong apps ng messenger. Ano po? Then, tap on the new message icon in the upper right corner of the screen. Or kumbaga sa screen ninyo, mamaya makikita natin. I-illustrate ko na lang po. Ano? Okay. Very simple lang ito but we need to consider also other group that very minsan afraid to use technology. Ano po? Then scroll through the list of people and then tap to place a check mark in the empty circle to the right of any people you want to invite to a group conversation. Okay, ingat po tayo dito. Baka kasi ang ma-check nyo, ibang tao. Kasi pag nag-scroll up kayo dyan, yung lahat ng friends mo a-appear dyan. Baka ang matap natin, hindi naman dapat kasali. And then, unknowingly, nakasabay siya. Hindi mo napansin, so ginagamit na yung cheesy, nandoon yung taong hindi naman dapat kasali. Ano po? Then, as you add people to the group chat, their Facebook profile picture will displayed in a row along the top of the screen. Okay? Meron naman pong mga picture. Ang kaso lang, ang problema sa atin, especially if we're creating a group chat which is official, see to it that we have to use our official name talaga. Wag po yung mga AKA, ano po? Kasi kung mga importante pong isi-send sa inyo, ang hirap pong hanapin. So hanggang sasabihin nyo, ba't hindi ako nakaka-receive ng mga ganyan? Kasi nga, ang hirap hanapin ng pangalan nyo. So try always to use your own name, especially if that is an official group chat. Okay. Then tap OK in the upper right corner of the screen after you've added everyone you want to add to your messenger group chat. A new conversation screen for your group appears. Then tap on name group to give your group a name. Okay, sa pagbigay naman po ng pangalan ng group nyo, see to it, it's not complicated, easily to memorize, not so long, as mas maganda, mas maiksi. Ano po? Para madaling ma-recall. Wag po kayong maglalagay ng mga very complicated na pangalan. Kasi very sensitive din ang case natin to type the name of the group. Hanggang iba ang lumalabas dyan. Ay, hindi ko nga makita. Ano po? Okay, so yan. Mamaya ko na isa-isahin i-illustrate yan. Okay. Okay, so, exit muna ako ha. Dito. Okay, so if you are going to use your laptop, so mag-create ka ng punta ka po dito sa Google, okay, then type mo muna yung Facebook, and then mag-log in. Nakikita ang screen ko. And then, okay, try to look at our, say, dashboard in the Facebook. On the right corner, after ng pangalan nyo, may picture ka, meron tayong makikita dyan na plus sign. Or, dito, meron tayong messenger. Ito yung notifications. Okay, yung messenger mo, nandito. Diba? Okay, so makikita mo dyan, ang dami natin na-create ng group chat. So, iba-iba, nalilito na minsan sa kadami-damian niya ng create. Eto na. So, nalilito na ako kung saan ako papasok. Sasabihin, yung sagot ko napunta sa iba. Okay, so kung makikita nyo, sabi ko nga, ito na yung natin, messenger, mag-create ka ng group chat mo. Okay? Okay, so yan. So, nakalagay dyan, ang dami. Yung post mo, story, live event page, ad, group, etc. Mas madali po kung sa cellphone ang ang pag-create nyo. Kung wala, sa cellphone, pwedeng-pwede. Ganun din. Okay? Yung parang lapis dyan sa cellphone nyo, itap nyo lang yan. Ano? Okay, so dito, kung gusto nyo naman na ibang group, connected sa FB, pwede rin. Pero mas madali na yung sa group chat natin. Ano? Okay, so yan. Pag na-type nyo na yan dyan, kung sa cellphone ang gamit nyo, nakalagay dyan, type a name or group. Then, sa baba, create a new group. Then, meron dyan sa baba, suggested. Okay, ito na lang tinitingnan ko kasi bumagal yung ko. Then, nakalagay dyan yung lahat ng pangalan. So, magpipili ka dyan which among the many of your friends you wanted to include in your group. So, itatap nyo lang, tap, 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 and then, pagtapos na-add nyo na lahat, i-click nyo niya yung create a new group. Okay, yung create a new group, after that, magbibigay ka na ng sariling pangalan ng grupo nyo. Okay, so that is how simple you are going to create. Halimbawa, sa group chat nyo sa department, kung admin ka, ikaw ang nag-create, okay, ikaw ang nag-create ng GC, gusto mong makita kung yung lahat ng members, and then of course, inviting friends, with the approval of the admin. So hindi basta-basta kung sino lang ang mag-a-add, okay na. Ano po? So you can see sa group members, nakalagay dyan approval request of. So ibig sabihin, anybody can add. Pero kung gusto mong exclusive, ayaw mong mahaluan ng iba, ayaw mong iba ang mag-add, magre-request sa iyo ng approval yon. Okay? So yan, makikita mo lahat ng members mo dyan kung sino. At makikita mo rin kung anong mga pangalan yan. So, ang dami pong gumagamit ng hindi totoong pangalan. Ano? Okay, so that is how simple you're going to create your GC. And then may I remind po, kung official GC po ang gamit natin, see to it po na wag natin gamitin ang GC natin for something that irrelevant conversation, sabi nga natin sa rules. Kasi ang hirap po mag-backread ng mga important. Especially kung humingi kayo ng mga files to be, say, sent in your group, much better if you created another group for submission of your files. Para ang nakalagay lang doon sa GC nyo, lahat lang documents or files submitted. Wala pong conversation na mangyayari. If you want to say, notify that I have already submitted, doon kayo sa isang chat, na group chat nyo. Okay, I submitted the document you are asking in the other GC. Para yung admin, titingnan niya lang na submitted, wala siyang babasahin na communication. Walang chatting. Only the, say, files sent by the concern. Okay? Okay, so yan po, simple. Ngayon, practice nyo po yung mga nandyan po sa ano natin, i-practice na lang po paano mag-create ng group chat sa Messenger. Okay, let's continue with my other two topics, which are the Google Forms and the Google Sheets. Okay, so this is now the most important as a tool we use supported by the Google. Yun ang pinakatulong sa atin ni Google na maging ease tayo sa lahat ng gagawin natin, especially now that we are in the pandemic. So lahat ng bagay ay online. So ngayon, bidang-bidang ngayon si Google sa pag-support sa atin in the different applications introduced to us. So these different Google applications before na wala pang pandemic, nandyan lang siya, hindi natin siya ginagalaw, iniisnab muna natin siya. But ngayon, si Google, okay, so very user-friendly po ito at very useful, especially na we are having our online classes and other online work, especially work from home, that you're going to submit files. The best way is si Google. How can you say, conduct survey? How can you ask your students? We are not in the classroom. So how can you get the data of the students? So meaning to say, with these different Google applications, we can cater whatever needs, documents that we are going to use for submission as office work or school work. We can easily done that in a few minutes. Okay, andali lang. Gagawa ka lang, ando na. Antay ka na lang ng result. Okay po? Okay, so ito po yung ano natin. So, sa Google Forms tayo, si Google. So, ngayon, sabi ko nga, bidang-bida si Google, ang dami siyang, klase, different types of Google applications. And this is no longer new to you because this were already introduced during our webinar by department with, of course, with the ICT support staff as your speakers. Okay, what we're going to do here is just a little as a review or recall. Again, kasi dumaan na yung bagyo, nahinto tayo, so medyo nakalimutan na naman. So alam naman natin yun, ang sakit natin na ngayon, si kalimot na. So sabi dyan, ang Google Forms is along with docs, sheets, and slides. is part of Google's online application suite of tools to help you get more done in your browser for free. O, wala pong bayad ito ha, na applications. Free, especially if you're using DepEd. Okay, may I remind everyone, if you're going to use these different applications, log into your DepEd email. Kasi si DepEd email, complete po ang binibigay ni Google. Compare po sa personal account like Gmail. Okay? So limited po doon ang mga Google apps. Pero kasi si Google nag-tie up na po. Si DepEd nag-tie up po kay Google. So kaya kinomplete ni Google ang kailangan ng mga teachers in terms of different applications. Ano po? Okay, so get more than your browser for free. Sabi nga, it's easy to use and one of the simplest ways to save data directly to spreadsheet. And it's the best sidekick to Google Sheets, spreadsheet. So ngayon, sabi dyan, si Google Forms, ang katandem po nito is si Google Sheet. Okay, why? Because all the data that you have created in the forms, ang summary po nito is directly compressed or summarized in the Google Sheets. Po, ang Google Sheet po, ang ano po nito, ang katapat po nito sa offline is the Excel. Okay, Excel po. Meron pong naka-open na microphone. May I request po anybody the group to close po or off po yung ano niya, microphone. Okay, thank you. Okay, so how are you going to create your Google form? O, nakikita yung screen ko ano? So upon clicking your browser, si Google, ito po yung makikita natin na environment. On the upper right corner of your screen, meron kayo doon na makikitang apat na picture. The last one is your picture. Bakit? Wait, wala daw akong sound. Sandali po. Meron, nakaano ako. Okay na? Different Google application. Nandyan dyan po sa 9 grid. Ito po, na tinuturo ko. Nandyan po ang lahat ng kailangan natin for Google Apps. Ha? All no net. Sandali lang po. Wala. Wala tayong net. Meron na. Sandali po. Meron na? Meron na?
Meron po, ma'am. Meron po.
Okay na. Okay, sige. Okay, thank you. So, meron na. Okay, so kindly click the 9 dots. So, nandyan po yung hahanapin natin na Google applications. Okay, yan. Nakita na natin. So, ang hahanapin natin is the Google Form. O, nandyan si Google Forms, yung naka-violet. Ito. Naka-violet na bond paper. So, i-click nyo lang si Forms. Pag click mo si Forms, ito po ang magiging itsura niya. So, dadalhin ka sa isa na naman na environment wherein you are going to choose. As you can see, ang dami ko na dyan na save na Google Forms. So, nandiyan dyan kung maggagawa ka either a survey, i-click mo yung blank. If you're going to create a quiz, online quiz, i-click mo po yung blank quiz. Okay po? Okay, so pag click mo yung blank quiz, yung blank lang para sa form, ito ang magiging itsura niya. Okay? Pwede yan lagyan ng title. So, meron tayo dyan na questions and responses. So, dito sa questions, ito po yung mga in-input natin na mga questions sa form na gusto natin na mag-gather. So pag once sumagot, yung mga recipient nito na padadalhan nyo, automatic po generate siya. Makikita natin yan sa responses. So gusto mong makita yung lahat ng responses niya, i-click natin yung responses at i-generate siya ni Google Sheet. Okay po? So yan. So dito sa blank quiz, pwede mo siyang i-click. Pag click mo siya, maglalagay ka po ng title. Anong title mo? Sa halimbawa ngayon, sa halimbawa ako ng attendance for the Inset 2020, day 2. So yun. And then sa baba, pwede ka maglagay ng instruction kung anong gusto mong instruction. And then may nakalagay ka dyan na untitled question. O, dito sa untitled question, i-click nyo po yan. Pag click nyo po yan, i-type nyo po kung anong gusto nyo munang ipasok. Siyempre, yung personal details. The name, the family name, then the position, the department, the grade level, etc. Okay. And then, paano mo kukunin ang sagot nila? Paano sila mag-a-answer dyan? Meron naman tayo dito sa right side, multiple choice arrow down, i-click nyo po yan, at pipili po kayo kung anong klaseng type ng gusto nyong sagot. So, ang gusto nyo lang is a short answer, then click the short answer. Automatic po magla-line po siya. O, punta naman kayo sa susunod na question number 2, just click the plus sign. Ito po. Ito, plus sign. Pag nag-click kayo ng plus sign, automatic po mag-a-add siya ng another question. Hanggang sa matapos po yung gusto ninyo. Ano? And then, yung mga important details, always click required. I-click nyo po yung required. And then, paano natin malalaman na okay yung required ko? Meron po siyang katabing asterisk. Hindi po siya makakasubmit unless otherwise, he or she completed all the details reflected in your form. Okay? Bakit nawawala ang audio? Walang net daw. Sandali.
Meron ka po, ma'am? Ma'am Jewel? Meron po.
Meron. Meron daw akong sound. Nagwawara-wara da kaya. Okay, meron na. Sige, thank you. Nagwawara-wara ang sound. Okay, nangyayari man talagaan. Okay, so yun po, So halimbawa naman, say gusto mong ng drop down, pili mo yung drop down. Okay, mamaya illustrate ko na lang. Okay, then dito may makikita ka dyan na another feature. So makikita mo dyan kung gusto mong, sandali, exit ko muna ito ha, para makita natin. Okay, so gawa tayo ng actual para nasusunod. Okay, so dito sa 9 grid, okay, switch account mo. Gawin kong DepEd. Net, mahina. Okay, naka-DepEd na ako. So, click the 9 grid. Look for the forms. So, ito yung forms. Click natin. Okay, let's create a blank form. Okay, yan. Si blank form. Mahina ang net. Okay, so yan na. So sabi ko kanina, pwede ka dito maglagay ng title mo. So sa example lang ha, example. So gawin natin tong Inset 2020 Day 2. So yan ang magiging title natin. So, automatic papasok po siya dyan sa blank na yan. And then, lagay nyo dito ang date. Say, December 15, 2020. So, pwede mo rin ilagay dyan kung ano yung topic na discuss, sino yung discussant. Say, Mrs. Julma B. Cargulio. Ang gawin natin na lahat. Okay, so yan. So, halimbawa ako yung discussant. Ngayon, dito na ako sa question. Tini ko na yung question. Palitan ko yan. Ang hinihingi ko is name. Okay? Followed by, ano ang sequence ng name? Ang gusto kong mangyari. So, ang ilalagay ko, first name, followed by middle initial, then last name. Okay, so yan ang hinihingi ko. Ngayon, ano sabi ko sasagutin, naglagay yung short answer na. Okay, so i-click ko pa itong required. And then I'll click another. Diba nakita nyo may asterisk ka agad. So, ibig sabihin po, hindi po siya makaka-proceed niyan or makakasubmit unless hindi niya po sinagot yung may asterisk. Question number 2. So, ang gusto kong malaman sa kanila ay position. Okay, position. Ngayon, sa position, pwede akong maglagay ng, pipili po ako dito. Okay. Piliin ko, halimbawa, drop down. Mag-drop down ako. Option 1, say, teacher 1. Okay, proceed ako sa next. Teacher 2. Then, teacher 3. Another one is empty 1. Next, empty 2. Next, head teacher say 3. Head teacher 6. Then say principal 4. Halimbawa, ganun lang ang natin. Okay? So, i-click ko ulit ang required. Then, add ka another ng question. So, kinagay mo na department. Anong department siya? Okay. So, kung ano yung mo, say department, hindi naman na short answer ulit. Short answer mo na lang, siya na lang ang sumagot niyan. And then, okay, required ulit. Click mo yung required. Then click. Nakikita natin, meron na siya na required. Okay, sige, grade level. Grade level. Okay. So, dito sa department, junior high, senior high, PLE, English, or whatever. Okay. So, sa grade level naman, nilagay mo naman, short answer ulit para sino na lang ang magta-type. And then, click again required. Okay. Click required. So, okay na. Halimbawa, yun lang ang gusto mong kunin na data. Okay? Natapos mo na. Pwede mo siyang i-preview dito sa parang mata. Tingnan mo kung anong itsura niya sa actual. Okay, yan ang magiging itsura niya sa actual na ipapasagot mo doon. So, yung drop down mo, ayan ang makikita, mayroon kalagay na choose. Click yung arrow down, lalabas yan, saka siya mag-click kung ano ang position niya dyan. Ano po? Then, followed by, tingnan nyo, This is a required question. So, hindi ako makakaproceed sa sunod hanggat hindi ko yan. And then, you click the submit. Ngayon, so, balik tayo dito. Gusto mong medyo makulay para hindi naman hindi boring tingnan. You have to choose an image. So, from the choose image, halimbawa, ito ang pinili mo. Insert. Okay, so meron ka ng background and then gusto mo medyo pa ano ang kulay o naiba na yung kulay natin. Ano? Ngayon, isi-send mo na siya. Okay? Isi-send mo na siya. Saan mo yan? Bago mo i-send, click ka muna dito sa settings para sigurado. Para hindi may magre-reklamo na hindi po ma-access yung link mo. So, para ma-access po ng lahat, kinakailangan na i-edit mo siya. O, tanggalin mo ang restrict to users. And then, click limit to one response only para hindi siya mag-ulit-ulit, di ba? O, limit to one response only. O, do not click that edit after submit. Wala na. Okay, so i-save mo na siya. Inalis natin yung restriction. Okay, so yan na. Ready na for submission. Isi-send mo na siya. Ngayon, bago mo i-send, dito ka sa parang clip. Okay? Ayan. Masyadong mahaba naman yan. Pwede yan na i-shorten mo. Click the shorten. And then, ito na yung i-copy mo para itong i-send mo. Pero masyado pa rin siyang mahaba. Pwede natin siyang dalhin kay bit.ly para mas lalo pa siyang umiksi at pwedeng malagyan ng ano, okay? So, yun ang ikakopy mo. Ayaw nyo pumasok kay bit.ly, copy mo na lang, and then send you sa GC para ma-access nila. Okay po? Okay, ngayon, paano mo makikita dito sa responses? O ngayon, nakita mo dyan, 0 pa ang responses kasi wala. Ngayon, naka-active ang accepting responses mo. Pwede mo siyang i-off kung hanggang anong oras lang dapat mag-submit. Okay? And nakikita mo itong plus na green, yan po yung Google Sheet na after responding, dito mo makikita sino-sino ang mga nag-respond. I-click mo po to para ma-generate siya sa, ayan, create a new spreadsheet and then create. Oh, wala naman akong i-create. Sige, tingnan natin. Wala, 0 pa. Walang makikita tayo dyan. Okay, yan po ang ano natin. Okay? So, kung gusto nyong makita, halimbawa, ganito, para makita niyo yung actual. Para diretso na ako sa Google Sheet. Ano po? Okay. Open ko yung drive ko. Okay, saan natin makikita yung lahat ng mga responses na yan? Punta po tayo sa drive. Okay, halimbawa, eto na. Ito yung kagagawa ko lang, nandyan na. So, sabihin natin itong okay, so, sa Google Sheet naman, okay, sandali, nakita ko. Lang quiz. Okay, ito yung generated. Ito. Okay. So, ito na yung Google Sheet natin. So, from the Google form, i-generate natin yung lahat ng responses galing sa Google form. Ito po ang actual na makikita natin na hiningi nating mga data to be filled out ng mga members natin. So, ang makikita natin, so ganito. Sandali. Alamin muna natin kung ano ang tinatawag na Google Sheet. O, sabi dyan, ang Google Sheet is an online spreadsheet application that lets users create and format spreadsheets and simultaneously work with other people. Google Sheets isn't only for consumers, it's used every day by businesses and schools to manage spreadsheet data. Okay, so yan ang ano natin ng, okay, Google Sheet. So sabi dyan, a Google Sheet is an active, meaning to say, this is a collaborative way of, say, gathering data. Kung naalala nyo, si Ma'am Nelly Nusiliado, nag-send siya ng Google Sheet para all of you on an actual timestamp, makikita natin sino ang nag-a-access ng Google Sheet. Kahit sabay-sabay yan pwede. At sino yung nakasira ng Google Sheet. Makikita rin dyan kung sino yung nakasira niyan, sino ang kumbaga, nag-edit na hindi naman kailangan na dapat siya ang mag-edit. Okay, so yan, nakikita. Ito yung title natin. Napapalitan yan. Ano? So, ito yung kinaganda ng Google Sheet. Kasi kung meron kang gustong kunin sa mga teachers, hindi ka na po pa isa-isa, gawin mo na lang ng active ang Google Sheet para lahat sila mag-a-access dyan. Okay? Pwedeng-pwede. Ingat lang po tayo sa pag-access. Ito na yung result natin. So, timestamp. So, ito yung actual time na nag-log in siya. So, ito yung mga position, the department, and then, ito yung mga question. Okay? So, nilagay natin sa form. Okay, so actual talaga yan. Hindi pwedeng dayain yan. Kaya hindi pwedeng sabihin natin na idagdag mo na sinangay ako dyan sa puro. O di wala kang timestamp. O, so ibig sabihin, hindi ka actually gumawa or nag-access sa link na binigay sa'yo. Okay? So this is an interactive way to use in an online classes. Activity. Gusto mong sabay-sabay sila, may pa-activity ka, then pwede sila dyan na sabay-sabay. Nagpa-experiment ka. Gusto mong makuha ka agad ang sagot nila, how they observe the experiment, you just say, you will just create a Google Sheet and then make a table and then label each column kung ano ang hinihingi ng in-experiment mo, and then automatic makikita mo dyan kung sino yung sumasagot. Kasi uma-appear po yung mga pangalan nila dyan. Then, bigyan mo sila ng 15 to 30 minutes. At the end of 30 minutes, tapos po yung lahat ng gusto mong kunin sa kanilang data. So, very easy po ang paggamit ng Google Sheet. Ito na po ngayon ang ano natin. Wala na tayong atrasan dito. Okay? Huwag niyo sabihin na, hindi ako ODL. Wala naman akong, hindi ko naman kailangan yan kasi hindi ako ODL. No. This is not only for all ODL classes or ODL teachers. Everybody can use this po in your classroom. Mag-MDL pa tayo or mag-face-to-face pa tayo, maganda pong gamitin to. Especially naalala nyo, pag upon opening of the school, ang daming hinihingi sa atin na data ng mga estudyante. Yung address, yung edad, lahat-lahat, okay, gawin mo na dito, isend nyo yan sa mga estudyante mo na link outright. Meron ka kaagad na sagot. Okay? So, ang ganda po ng mga Google Apps na to, sabi ko sa inyo, ang dali pong gawin ito. Ang dali rin na ma-edit. Sabi ko nga, ang katumbas po nito is the Excel in offline. Ginawa lang tong active. Okay? Inactive lang ito. Pero, same pa rin po ang applications. Nandiyan dyan lahat po ng mga gusto nyong gamitin. You have the file. Okay, sa file, gusto mo nang i-download mo yan, click file. And then, download. I-click mo tong download, i-download na yan. Saan mo gusto i-download siya? Microsoft Excel na. Kasi na-complete mo na. Or you can have another copy. Okay? So, yan po. Okay, gusto mong alisin, you move to trash. Okay, gusto mong ilipat siya kung saan na file name, pwede po. Nandyan lahat ng gusto mong gawin yan sa file. If you want to edit, ayan, click mo yung edit, kung ano yung i-edit mo. Gusto mong i-protect under the view, gusto mong i-protect yung Google mo, Google Sheet mo, pwede. Just click protected ranges. And then, syempre, magbibigay ka dyan ng password mo. Okay. O baka makalimutan yung password mo, hindi mo na ma-open yan. Kaya meron o hindi ma-access yung link mo, I need your permission. So, humingi sila ng permiso doon sa gumawa ng Google Sheet. Okay. Gusto mo mai-insert ka? Either rows above, below, nandyan pa rin. Lahat yan. Yung mga function, insert link, pwede rin. So, kompleto po ito. Okay? Then you have the format. So, sa format, pwede mong gawin na italic, underline, bahala po kayo kung ano. Gusto mo mag-text wrapping, pwede rin. So, sa data, you click the data, you want to sort alphabetically, then gusto mong mag-filter, okay, create the filter. Okay, the filter views, nandyan po lahat ng gusto nyo. Halimbawa, kagaya ng enrollment na nire-receive ko from the division office, o kumbaga, ano yun, hindi po yun arrange from grade 7 to grade 12. Gusto ko lang kunin ang lahat ng grade 7. I-filter ko siya. Okay, kung alin doon ang gusto kong i-filter. Then we have the tools. Okay, you have to create another form. Pwede enable autocomplete. Nandyan lahat. The form. Click mo yung form. Edit form. Send form. Kung gusto mong go to live form, pwede embed. I-embed mo yan sa web page. Pwede rin. Okay, anong i-add-on mo? Do more widgets. So, get add-ons, manage add-ons, etc. Okay, meron tayong help. Okay, kung ano hindi mo makuha-kuha, pwede mo siyang i-click dito at dito natin makuha ang kasagutan. Last edit was on September 11. O, yan, inedit ko ito. Nakalagay dyan kung kailan yan inedit. Okay? So, the same, nandyan lahat. Ngayon, gusto ko lang i-share ito. Diba, ginawa ko na, blanco pa yan. Hindi ako gumawa ng form. Automatic dito ako gumawa. Pwede ko na itong i-share. I-click ko lang yung share. Okay? Then, mahihingi siya kung sino ang isi-share mo. Ngayon, kung mag-share ka po, tanggalin mo po itong restricted. Dapat nandun ang change link. Okay? Gawin na lang natin na open. Pag change mo to, automatic, may nakalagay dyan, Department of Education, at lahat ng DepEd or anyone with the link, pwede mo na i-click ang anyone with the link para kung wala nang hassle. And then, gawin mong editor. Okay? Gawin mong editor para ma-edit niya rin. And then, click the done. Okay? I-click nyo yung done. And then, you send now the link. O, copy link, click the copy link, then send it to the persons na gusto mong isend siya. And then, editable na po yun. Ma-access niya na po yung link ng Google Sheet nyo. Okay, ganun po ang paggamit ng Google Sheet. So sabi ko nga, tandem ang Google Form at si Google Sheet. Okay, so the rest of the Google applications will be discussed by our two discussants from the Division ICT team, Mr. Jeffrey Sape of San Roque Elementary School and Mr. Jason mamaya. After me, sila po. Introduce din sila ni MC. Okay? So, thank you for listening. I hope you recall what the ICT department discussed with you during our department webinars. Okay? Thank you for bearing with me for this topic. Okay, have a nice day and then stay safe always. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Julma, for that very substantial discussion about on how to create a group chat in FB Messenger, Google Forms, and Google Sheets. The resource speaker will receive the certificate of commendation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 5, Division of City Schools, Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City. This certificate of commendation is awarded to Julma P. Carbullo for her laudable performance shown and profound wisdom shared as resource speaker during the mid-year in-service training for Tabaco National High Schools, teaching and non-teaching personnel with the theme fostering effective and flexible learning environment for optimum professional and academic skills. December 14 to 18, 2020, at December 2020 National High School Tabasco, by Eleni Principal 4, and Ma'am Agnes Ibo na Obra, Public Space Mrs. Salve B. Estrella, Assistant School Principal to Junior High School Academics, and assisted by Mrs. Rebecca V. Bubiel, Master Teacher 1, Aral Pang Department.
Okay na? Okay na. Okay na po, Judge. Thank you, thank you.
For our next speaker, Jeffrey B. Sape, SDOICT Team, San Roque Elementary School. He will be discussing to us about Google Docs and Google Slides. Sir?
Okay, good morning everyone. Um, I am tasked to discuss to you two of the important Google tools. Okay, so ito ay hindi unang pagkakataon na kami ay nakapag-share sa inyo po ng aming kunting kaalaman tungkol sa mga Google applications. So we will be discussing with Sir Jason later um, four of the most important Google applications na ginagamit natin now in the new normal in education. So unahin muna natin doon sa pinaka simple, which is the Google Docs. So I will be sharing to you my presentation. Yan. So Google Docs. Ang Google Docs po ay isang online application. When we say online, we need internet connection. Using Google Docs, the full version of the Google Docs with all its features from any browsers. Okay. Real-time bang lumalabas po, ma'am moderator, or nahuhuli po? Okay lang po. Okay. So sabi ko kanina, you can access all the full version of Google Docs with all its features from any browser. Pag sinabi po natin na any browser, Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, and Microsoft Edge. So since we are using Google Docs, so let's patronize Google Chrome. Okay? So, next. So what are the features of the Google Docs? The Google Docs app is available for both iOS and Android devices. So it is available both, or it is you can use Google Docs both in your desktop and your mobile phones, but not on Windows-based phones like BlackBerry. So kung may mga BlackBerry phones kayo dyan, yung Google Docs po ay restricted dyan. Now, Google Docs is free for the average users. So, sa atin, as educators, Google Docs is given for free. Google Docs is entirely online. You access your documents online, you write and edit in browser, and your documents are saved to your online Google Drive na i-discuss po mamaya. So, sabi dito, ang Google Docs po ay online. So doon tayo gagawa mismo sa ating ginagamit na browser. Okay? So, and these documents are automatically saved doon sa Google Drive. Now, Google saves the day when it comes to saving your files. This is the main problem of most teachers. Palaging nakakalimutan ang pag-save ng files, especially when we are using Microsoft Word, di ba? Marami na po tayong ginagawa, tapos at the end of the day, hindi pala natin na-save. So, back to zero. But, ang Google po, ay katulong natin dyan kapag tayo ay nakakalimot na mag-save ng files. Because Google Docs does not only automatically saves your work every few minutes or so, it also continually saves as you are working. So real-time din ang kanyang pag-save. Once you are working with your Google document, automatically po nagsisave siya. So wala kayong problema. Yung Google Docs na ang nagsisave mismo ng inyong ginagawa. This also means that you can log in on your desktop and see the changes made live from your smartphone at the same time. So, pwede nyo pong pagsabayin na gamitin. For example, kayo po ay gumagawa or nag-edit through using your laptop. Pwede nyo po siyang i-view at the same time using your smartphones. Okay. By the way, please use the chat box if there is any query po regarding our discussion. Plus, Docs or Google Docs backs up your saved files to Google Drive instead of your local hard drive. Okay, so sabi dito, pumapasok yung sinesave natin na files doon po sa Google Drive. Ibig sabihin, doon siya mismo doon sa cloud ng Google Drive pumapasok. Hindi doon, unlike kung tayo gumagamit ng Microsoft Word na pumapasok po doon sa hard drive ng ating laptop, which later on causes our laptops to be full or memory full na nagkakos din para magbagal yung pag-process ng inyong laptop. So, but because if we are using Google Docs, sinesave niya po doon directly sa Google Drive. So, Google saves your work and backs up your work. So, yun yung pinakamagandang tagline ng Google Docs. Sinesave niya na, binabackupan ka pa. Okay. Now, when it comes to document compatibility and file formats, you can use Google Docs to open and edit Microsoft Word documents. So kahit gumagamit tayo ng Google Docs, pwede natin siyang i-open or tingnan or i-edit gamit yung kanyang rival na software, which is the Microsoft Word. So you can even download your Google Docs as a Word document. So, iba yung file formatting niya. Pero pwede nyo po siyang i-download pa rin yon. Okay? So, again, you can download your Google Doc as a Word document. So, it has a standard Word extension, which is .docx docs. Okay. But that's not the only file format Google Docs will let you export. Ano pa po yung mga pwede natin na file formats na pwede natin i-download ang Google document natin na ginawa? You can download your Google Docs with the following extensions. We have the ODT, we are familiar with the PDF, the RTF, the HTML, the text, or the EPUB. So, depende po sa format na gusto natin. However, you can only download your Word online documents. Okay? So, wag tayo mag-download offline kasi di po yan mada-download. Because sabi natin, ang palaging kapartner ng Google Docs na definition is, it is an online application. And if you want to open a Google Docs in Word, you'll need to convert it first. Siyempre, we need to convert po. Now, Google Docs collaborate remotely using the real-time editing and doc sharing. So pag sinabi natin na real-time, kung ano yung ginagawa mo on that moment, yun din po yung nangyayari doon. So when we say collaborate, pwede tayong magtulungan with certain document, pwede po tayong mag-add ng other collaborators or iba pa po natin na peers. Okay. And it can also be shared, di ba? So mamaya po during the last part, papakita ko sa inyo itong mga concepts na aking dinidiscuss. Both word processors will let you track changes made by editors you shared your document with. So parehas po ninyong makikita kung saan mo po shinare yung inyong document. Kung kanino mo, shinare yung document, parehas nyo po yun makikita or matatrack kung ano yung inyong ginagawa. While you can download your Word docs and email it to others for collaboration, You can invite collaborators directly from your Google Docs or send them a link to access your document. So for example, 'di ba po, as an educator, marami po tayong reports na ginagamitan, which kailangan po natin ng ating mga kasamahan to collaborate or to give data, especially now na hindi tayo nagre-report na araw-araw. So because of this collaboration using the Google Docs, we can easily access po yung data natin na gustong makuha using the Google Docs collaboration. Here's the best perk about Google Docs in regards to real-time collaboration. Okay, when your recipients click the link to your document, you will be able to view their name. Okay, so or anonymous Google assigned animal avatar and their unique identifying color in Doc Live. So kapag po nakashared yung inyong Google Docs to somebody, um, nakikita nyo po sino ba yung gumagalaw ng inyong document. So makikita mo doon yung kanyang pangalan mismo, kung sino po yung nag-add doon ng information. So kung hindi mo siya i-add, he or she cannot access the document. Watch your collaborators mark up your doc or open up the Google Docs Messenger feature and chat with each other right in your document about the changes you want to make together live. So you can converse live in your Google Docs. Kung ano yung mga gusto nyong baguhin doon in a certain file or in a certain document, pwede nyo po yung gawin doon in real time. Okay. Google will track the changes along with who has responsible for them and time they made them. So contributions are always organized. So yun yung sabi ko kanina, kung sino yung nagko-contribute ng data doon in real time, matatrack po siya ng Google and masasabi sa iyo that this person siya yung pinaka-updated na nagbigay ng information or gumalaw doon sa yung document. Now let's have a glimpse on uh, the feature of the Google Docs. So let's come to the toolbar. Okay. So yan po, as you can see on the screen, some of the parts of a Google Docs. So we have here the font style, the bold, underline, and italics, the font size, the align, center, justify, the bullets, and numbering, which is familiar sa inyo because of Microsoft Word. Okay, so the next slides will explore the menu bar. Okay, yan po. So sa file, makikita po nyo dyan, you can share, you can open, you can print documents, and more, which is also um, evident din doon sa Microsoft Word. Sa file page setup, you can change also the size of your page. Okay, so for example, you are going to work with short size, which is 8.5 by 11, so you can change that, including the color and the orientation, whether it is portrait or landscape, and the margins. So those are for page setup. Online nyo po yung ginagawa. Okay. Next, for under the file download. So, you can download your document into one of these file types. Yung sabi ko po kanina na you can download that automatically as Microsoft Word. Yan, kung saan tinuturo po dyan, nakikita nyo po sa screen. But if you want your file to be automatically converted as a PDF, for your file or for your data to be protected, so you can download that po as PDF format or document. So pipili lang po kayo dyan sa download as. Sa baba po ng download as. Next, for edit. These are the actions under this tab. You can undo your previous action. Halimbawa, you accidentally do an action na hindi nyo pala dapat gagawin, na delete or what, napalitan. You can undo, paste a picture or anything, then find a replace word. So when you find a replaced word in your document, as shown in the screen, examples, yung job, pinapalitan natin with jobs. So those are the features under edit. Under view, you can have the print layout. Kasi titingnan nyo po if printable ba yung inyong ginawa, yung rulers, and yung spelling suggestions. Okay. Under insert tool, you have their image, the equation, the link, and the table. Okay. Wow. For the next slides, you will explore this inserting the images, the links, and the equations. For image, this box appears when insert an image is selected. So, lalabas po yan na insert image. So, um, how do you find dragging the image into this box? By what? Number one, an image is saved on your computer. Pwede po yun. You can search also for Google. And then after that, the image will be inserted onto the page. So, halimbawa po, yung image ay nakasave or downloaded na already sa inyong computers. So, ida-drag nyo lang po siya dyan. Or kung hahanapin nyo pa po siya sa Google, directly, di na po kayo mag-open ng browser. Dyan na po mismo sa search, lalabas na po yung inyong gustong is insert na image. Yan. For the link, especially if we are recognizing references. Okay. So for link, just click insert link. Then the link will come up. Okay. Then for insert equation, those who are teaching mathematics, so meron po tayo diyang insert equation. Under format, what are the different options? We have also the bold, the italic, the underline, align, line spacing, bulleted list, numbered list, and more, which is also can be seen in Microsoft Word. For the bulleted and the numbered, ayan po, very familiar tayo niyan. Gumagamit po tayo niyan sa Microsoft Word. Just be familiar with the icon para po alam natin kapag pumasok tayo sa Google Docs. Under tools, okay, in this example, word processor was typed into the search area. Under research yan. So, halimbawa, yung click mo lang yung research, then click mo yung word processor. Kasi nga, for example, ikaw ay gumagawa ng handouts or activity sheets. So, instead of opening another browser, directly na po kayo doon sa Google Docs. Just click tools, and under the tools, click research and type the document or the word you want to research. And for after you have come up with your handouts, you can check the spelling throughout all the documents. So just click the spelling at lahat po ng maling spelling ay automatically pinapalitan ni Google since ang iyong application ay online. So, kapag nasi-check po yung spelling, so mas less na po yung ano natin na magkamali pa sa spelling. Now, let's go to table. What are the steps for creating a table? This is also the same with Microsoft Word. Number one, select the table, the tool, table tool, and under that, insert table. You can format as to what number of rows and number of columns you want for your table. Okay? And the table will automatically be inserted onto the document. And if you want to, if you have a query, anything about the document or the Google Docs, you can click the help. You can search a variety of topics that will help you with formatting your document. For example, edit and format a Google document, how to locate the page setup. So kung hindi na po natin nakukuha kung nasaan na ba tayo sa loob ng Google Docs, punta lang po tayo sa help. Ito yung help desk ng Google Docs. And i-relay po tayo doon kung saan natin o yung gusto natin na gawin sa ating Google document. We can also email collaborators. Ito yung sinasabi ko po sa inyo that you can collaborate with your co-workers, your peers, or anybody. Yan. So you can share your documents. Okay. So let's now come to, ipapakita ko po sa inyo ang aking live na kung paano ba natin ma-access ang Google Docs. Okay, sige. Ayan. So first, you need to open Google Chrome. Ayan. Or insert new tab, whichever you want po. Then, dito po sa taas, yung ating Google Apps, 'di ba? During the webinars conducted during when during the lockdown po, tayo po ay kinapacitate na discuss na po ito on where natin malulocate ang mga Google Apps. The upper right, review lang po ito. Then yung 9 dots diyan. So nandiyan po yung iba't ibang Google Apps. Marami pong um, tools ang Google. Yan. So, hanapin po natin dyan yung docs. Madali po siyang hanapin, yung color blue icon with the text docs. Okay? Click natin yan. Ayan. So, i-direct po kayo doon sa po niyan, i-direct po kayo doon sa mismong blank document ng Google Docs. Ayan. So, marami po siyang default na template. Mamimili lang po kayo. For example, gusto nyo po essay yung template, so bibigyan na kayo ni Google Docs ng default template for essay. If you are going to make a report, either in science, in any other subject, marami po siyang templates dito. For book report, especially po sa ating learners, meron din po siyang template. And for class notes. Ayan. So, tingnan natin yung iba't ibang templates. Ayan. So, we have this lesson exemplar and modules and any other templates. Balik tayo. Now, kababa po niyan, if gumagamit na po kayo ng Google Docs or sa meron in-share na po sa inyo, nakaka-share na po sa inyo ng iba't ibang Google documents from your coworkers, makikita nyo po lahat dito ang inyong mga yung mga file documents na meron kayo na naka-Google Docs. Okay. For example, in my case, yung mga modules po na ini-email sa amin from the regional office, lumalabas na po siya dyan in document format. Okay? So, nandiyan na po siya. So, hahanapin ko na lang dito yung gusto kong file. Or even yung mga ginawa kong file in Google Docs, for example, this proposals, the Regis scripts in RBI. So, lahat po yan dyan. Ito po yung file ko. And kung kapag ko po ay gumawa using the Google Docs, yan din po, lalabas din po yan sa inyong files or sa inyong Google Docs files. But, magpapag-start pa lang po kayo, just select blank document. Okay. So, kapag clinic natin yan, lalabas na po itong blank document. Yung kanina na ini-explain ko po, ito na po yon yung application. So, ano po yung ating manonotice? It is just the same with Microsoft Word. So, what is the difference sa dalawa? Sinimplify lang po yung Google Docs compared to Microsoft Word. Okay po? And yung Microsoft Word ay offline. Okay. So, nandito lang po yung pinaka-basic, as in kailangan. Yung pinaka-purpose po kasi ni Google is ibigay lang yung pinaka-basic na kailangan ng paggawa natin ng document. So, I will not show you all the functions of this kasi exploration dapat yung ating discussion. Ito lang po, ibigay ko lang sa inyo yung share. Ayan. So, i-click nyo lang yung share. Tapos, halimbawa po, gusto nyo po itong i-share sa inyong ka-department. Okay, so, syempre, do not forget to rename the file. Okay, so for example, this is my file. So, Jeff Sape. Okay. Save. Ayan. So after that, kanino ko ba i-share yung file? Okay. So kapag po kailangan nyo yung email ad ng inyong coworker na share nyo yon. So i-click nyo lang. Ayan. So may mga kapag po na kapag encounter na kayo ng sharing na with these people, lalabas na po siya. For example, yan, active po ang sharing namin with these people. So, lalabas na po siya. Then, if you click this, for example, isi-share ko po siya kay Ma'am Mary Jean Brizuela. So, ayan po, lalabas na po siya. And then, don't forget to change this form or double check this. Kapag po yung gusto nyong sharean, ay gusto nyo rin na mag-edit ng inyong ginagawa. For example, ako po ay nag-share ng ESP module to Ma'am Brizuela, the EPS in ESP. Halimbawa po, mag-share po ako sa kanya para ipacheck ko yung aking ginawang module. So, kailangan kong i-click yung editor kay Ma'am Brizuela para po ma-edit niya yon online. So, wala na pong gagawin na you need to download pa and then ipapacheck pa sa kanya ulit, ikaw pa gagawa, magkakaroon po kayo ng problema. Lilito po kayo sa file saving. Baka po yung ma-send yung final na modules, for example, if you are writers, ay yung una pa. So, but because of Google Docs, doon mismo kayo po nag-edit or ini-edit or kinokomenta ng inyong, for example, yung supervisor or yung inyong department head. Pwede nyo pong select na editor or commenter. Pero po, kung gusto nyo lang ipakita sa kanya at ayaw nyong ipa-edit sa kanya o ipagalaw, just change it to viewer. So, hindi niya po yan ma-i-edit. Mababasa niya lang po yan. But, he or she cannot edit your file that you are sharing. Okay, so balik ko sa editor. Then, if you have some message to this person, just type the message. So, please check my module. Ayan. Po. So, yan po yun. And then, click the send. Kapag po na-click nyo yung send, automatically, matatag na po siya dito sa inyong document. Okay po? So, yun yung isa sa pinaka-feature ng Google Docs na gusto kong i-share sa inyo. So, that's it. May question po ba? Any question? Before, I think, magpo-proceed ako ng Google slide after lunch na po, ma'am moderator. Okay. So, the time is 12:01. Continuous lang. Okay. So, that ends my discussion on Google Docs. Okay? So, sabi ng ating moderator, continue lang po tayo. So, let's come to Google Slides. Okay. So, sa Google Slides naman, ito naman natin siyang ma-compare with Microsoft PowerPoint. Okay? So, yung Google Slides naman ay online. Okay? Okay. So, my topic on Google Slide, I will be discussing that po after lunch. Okay po? So, ma-moderator.
Thank you very much, teachers and Sir Jason, Sir Jeffrey Sape. That ends our morning session, and we will be having a lunch break for 1 hour and be back at exactly 1 o'clock p.m. for the afternoon session. Happy lunchtime, everyone. For those who are virtually present, make sure that your attendance has been recorded or acknowledged by your respective department heads. May we also remind, especially the participants who are here in school, to strictly adhere to the safety protocols as mandated by the IATF. Maintain 1 meter distance from your colleagues, wear your mask and face shields, and sanitize your hands regularly. Through your cooperation, we can combat COVID-19. Good afternoon, dear teachers, and welcome to the second part of this day's Inset with the theme, Fostering Effective and Flexible Learning Environment for optimum professional and academic gains. This morning, substantial discussions on updates and ICT integration and the proper use of platforms such as the group chats and the messenger were given to us by our competent ICT focal persons. Prior to the declaration of lunch break, Mr. Jeffrey Sape, a highly competent member of Tobacco City Division's ICT team and a teacher of San Roque Elementary School, started his discussion on Google Docs, Google Slides. For this afternoon, we shall have the continuation of this discussion, and this will be followed by the discussion of the topic Coping with the New Normal Challenges Along ICT. The speaker for the said topic is another highly skilled member of the SDO ICT team who is a teacher from Mayon Elementary School, Mr. Jason Borabo. Sir Jeffrey.
Okay, good afternoon again, everyone. Welcome back po. Welcome to the continuation of our discussion on Google Slides. So, tapos na po tayo kaninang umaga with Google Docs. We will start now with Google Slides. This Google app discussion will last for about siguro mga ano lang, 5 to 10 lang para po maka-start tayo with the last two Google applications. Now, along with the other Google applications, which is useful to everyone, especially to educators, another Google app is the Google Slides. So this is comparable to Microsoft PowerPoint. Okay, so sabi natin kanina, every Google tool has a corresponding Microsoft Office app or tool then. Okay, but for now, let's tackle about Google Slides. Okay. Okay. Yan. So Google Slides is just as easy to use as PowerPoint and Keynote. Okay. Plus, it also gives you the ability to collaborate from wherever you and your team members are in the world. So ito yung ang pinaka magandang feature ng kahit hindi Google Slide, kahit lahat ng mga ibang Google applications, they can collaborate, okay, with other applications. Ito yung pinakakanilang key feature. Now, what are the different features of Google Slides? So, if you're going to open a template, a Google Slide template, it has 26 default themes that you can choose. Okay. So, mamaya makikita natin yung iba't ibang themes na yon. It has the ability to embed videos. Pag nabitin na videos, pwede natin siyang lagyan ng video doon mismo sa ating slide without downloading the video. And we can also incorporate or use animations. So, depende po sa atin on how we are going to enhance or to use our creativity with our slide presentation. Number three, it can be automatically save feature, so every change is recorded without you having to press the save button. So katulad ng Google Docs and other the Google applications, automatically save po ang ginagawa natin sa Google Slide even without hitting the save button. It has a revision history that shows you when changes were made, plus the ability to restore to older versions. Halimbawa, mayroon tayong mga ginawang changes doon sa ating slides. Pwede nating makita yung mga ginawa natin, yung previews na ginawa natin, the history of our revision. Plus, if you are going to change it back to the older version, yung ating slide presentation, pwede po natin yon gawin. Another is the compatibility with PowerPoint presentations. Sabi natin, though magkakaiba siya ng iba yung kanyang, di ba? Iba po ang Microsoft Office sa Google, but the compatibility exists between the two. So it is compatible. The Google slide is compatible with the PowerPoint presentation. So kahit yung ginawa mo po ay kasi tayo ay expose or I mean mas madali sa ating gumawa kasi mas kilala natin yung PowerPoint. Kahit naka-PowerPoint yung ating file, pero kapag in-upload natin yan at automatically i-open natin yan with Google Slide. Okay. It has also the ability to convert PowerPoint presentation to slides and vice versa. Yung sinasabi ko po kanina na ang file natin ay naka-PowerPoint pero once uploaded, pwede po natin siyang ma-convert into PowerPoint presentation or vice versa. Yung yung PowerPoint converted to to Google Slide. Okay. So, getting started with Google Slides. So, as long as you have a Google account, tayo sa ating we have a Google account and we have this DepEd account. Okay. So, you can easily get started with Google Slides by just by visiting the link below. Okay? So, nakita nyo po dyan sa inyong screen, yan po yung link so that we can be redirected with Google Slides. Once you're there, you'll have the option to create a new presentation or open an existing one. So, meron tayong dalawang command sa pagpasok natin ng application na ito. First, if you're going to create a new slide presentation, blanco, as in tayo yung gagawa. Or if somebody emailed us a slide presentation, so we are going to open an existing one. Or if we have a raw saved file sa ating Google Drive na slide presentation, we can open an existing one. So yan. So mamaya po, let's mas makikita po natin yung real time na example niyan mamaya. Okay. And when you click on the plus sign to create a new presentation in the slides, you will see the screen like this one. So ito yung lalabas na start. Once you started clicking the blank slide presentation, ganyan po yung lalabas. Okay? Now, for the last slide before we do the application, I just want to show you a comparable data presentation of the feature of PowerPoint and Google Slides para po makita natin yung kanilang pagkakaiba. Okay. When it comes to the standout features, sa PowerPoint natin, this is the most fully featured program with regular updates. So every time na merong update yung Microsoft, nag-update din po yung PowerPoint. Sa Google Slide naman, ang kanyang standout features is that, yun nga sabi ko kanina, yung pinaka-unique feature niya is collaboration. Yung pwede mo siyang i-link from one Google app to another. And another is, it automatically saves to the cloud, which is hindi nagagawa yan ni PowerPoint. Si Google Slide lang po niyan ang nakakagawa na nag-automatically save siya sa iyong ginagawa. Okay? Let's go to the next. We have for built-in templates. Okay, for built-in templates, under PowerPoint, ultra specific siya. Marami. While for Google Slide, universal ang kanyang template. Pag makikita nyo yung template niya, konti lang siya, but it is universal. For the file format, under PowerPoint, makikita nyo po dyan kapag kayo ay nagsisave ng yung file. You can see sa last part niya, you have the .pptx for PowerPoint. Pero sa Google Slide, ay makita mo dyan ay .g slides. Okay. For accessibility, paano ba natin ma-access ang PowerPoint and paano natin ma-access ang Google Slide? Both can be accessed through offline and online. Okay? Pero yung Google Slides, purely online talaga ang kanyang feature. Kasi pag offline, in-access mo siya ng offline, although you can access that offline, but there's a certain limited time span na makakagawa ka sa Google Slide because hindi mo na navigate yung other features niya kasi nga offline. Hindi siya powered by the internet connection. For platform, this for PowerPoint and Google Slide, PC and Mac. Okay, when it comes to purchasing for the price, meron pong bayad ang PowerPoint. As you can see in the screen, meron po siyang bayad. While for some, it is free for students and teachers. Like for us, in DepEd, sabi kanina ni Ma'am Mir, we are entitled with this privilege to have a premium free uh, account for Microsoft. But for Google Slide, it is purely free. Okay. So let's now come to the application. Okay. So, paano natin makukuha si Google Slide? Actually, itong ginagamit ko po ay Google Slide. Okay. So, hindi na tayo lalabas dito. Dito ko na gagawin. But, pakita ko muna sa inyo ulit as a review kung paano pumasok ulit. Okay, when you open a browser, again, isa lang po ang pupunta natin. The Google Apps on the top right part of your screen. Okay, then click it. Then you will see the icon Google or the slides with the slides text. Okay, then click it. Yan po ang lalabas. Yan. Okay. So let's familiarize with the basic feature once we click the slide. Parehas lang siya ng Google Docs kanina wherein there are default templates intended for the presentations. We have blank presentation, flashcards, book report, field trip, science project, and photo album. So if your it will depend on the purpose. Why are you going to make or what are you going to make for such presentation? But if you are looking for recent or existing one presentations, nandito po sa baba, makikita mo yung mga existing presentations na meron ka, save ka sa drive mo, or tagged sa'yo. So, yung makikita dyan sa'yo. For example, in my case, as you can see here lots of existing slide presentations. Mang iba-iba po. We have this one example of a slide presentation for one of my lesson in online distance learning, and the other templates that I are main the other file of slide presentation which I've made. Okay. But kung ay gumagawa po ng blank presentation, simula pa lang sa start, then you need to click the start a new presentation, the one with the plus sign na nasa top left. Okay. Let's click and after clicking it, you'll see this one. Yung kanina sinasabi ko po sa inyo na uh, uh, unang lalabas po kapag kayo ay nag-click ng blank presentation. So you see that different themes which I've mentioned a while ago, the 26 themes na present ko po kanina. Same with Google Docs, you have here the different tools under the Google Slide. So parehas lang naman ang kanyang functionalities with Google Docs. We have the file, we have the edit, the view, insert, format. For slide, we have the slide tool, arrange, and tools, including the hands-on and the help. Now, how are you going to add a new slide? So just look for this plus sign, click nyo lang po yan, then it will automatically add a new slide preset for the next second page. Kasi yung first page, naka-default po siya for title page. So, automatic yung pangalawa is for sub-page na siya. Now, let's add at least 4 slides. Okay. So, after that, pipili tayo ng gusto natin na template or theme, I mean. Okay, so yan po yung theme natin. Ano kaya ang depende po sa inyong um, gusto. Okay, so ito po ang i-click ko. Then pag click mo po yan, automatically magbabago lahat ng ginawa mong blank slides. Okay. Now, balik tayo dito sa first page. Ayan. So, meron po tayo sa taas with the background. Ayan. Gusto mo ibang color ng background, palitan natin. You want it yellow. So, magiging siyang yellow. You want it green. Magiging siyang green. Or kung ano pa yung gusto mong kulay. Kasi iba-iba talaga yung ating choice ng color. Then, you need to click done. If you want it to be added to the collection of themes dito sa gilid, just click add theme. Okay. So after that, pinakita ko sa inyo yung background. Next is layout. Ayan. So depende sa gusto mong layout. If you are using it as a title, so choose the title slide and the rest of the other types of layout. So for theme, ayan, pinakita sa gilid. Mamaya yung transition kapag meron na kayong nailagay dito. So if you are going to notice, halos parehas din siya ng PowerPoint presentation. Another is, how sabi doon kanina is to embed videos. So tayo, in PowerPoint, once we use PowerPoint, binibigyan pa tayo ng dagdag na gawain wherein if we are needing videos, we need to download from the browser. But if we are going to use Google Slide, no need na po tayong magda-download. For example, ikaw ay nagdi-discuss on one particular lesson in science. So dito ka po sa second slide na ito, so you just need to click insert again. I-click lang po natin yung insert kasi nga po mag-i-insert or magdadagdag tayo ng video. Then look for the sub-tools na nandyan sa baba. Okay, we have the image, the text box, the audio, video, and other tools under this insert tab. Now, click this video. Then, may magpa-pop up pong dialog box with 3 selectors. Insert video by what? By searching, by URL, or by Google Drive. Sa search po, i-search nyo siya o direkta sa YouTube. Okay. By URL, pag click mo yung URL, kung meron ka na pong dating link, paste nyo lang dyan. And kapag Google Drive, kapag meron po kayong nakasave na mga videos na nandyan sa Google Drive ninyo, na i-explain din mamaya, pwede nyo po siyang i-click, one, and then click select. Okay? Para makapasok siya doon. Click natin yung select. Ayan. So, na-select nyo na yung video. So, credits to this slide. To this video created by ODL team of Tabaco National High School. Next, what if you're going to insert a video by searching? So, ibalik natin dito. Then, we need to search. For example, Earth. So, anything na gusto nyong i-embed dyan sa slide. So, example, this one, Earth 101. So, click ko lang yan. Dapat po highlighted siya with a blue outline to determine that you selected the video. Then, click select. Ayan. And after that, mag-insert na po siya dyan. So, bahala na po kayong mag-adjust whether gusto nyo siyang palakihin or gusto nyong may part lang siya dyan. Then dito na yung title. So it will depend on how you are going to arrange or organize yung slide presentation. Next, how are you going to do if you're going to insert audio? Okay, so insert audio. Again, we have several options or choices. My Drive, it's your drive. Ibig sabihin yung drive nyo dyan sa Google. Okay po? Your shared drives, shared sa'yo. Shared mo. Then shared with me, shared sa'yo. And yung recent na ina-access mong audio. So kapag kung ano yung specific na file format na ini-insert mo, yun yung lalabas. Hindi lalabas yung video, hindi lalabas yung document, but purely all the audios that are present in your Google Drive will be automatically appear on your dialog box. So for example, I am going to insert this audio, this one, or even this one. Okay. So, pag click mo yan, ano po yung lalabas dyan? Yung icon lang na parang yung sound. Then, pag click mo yan, mawawala po yan. But once you're going to play that, pag click mo po yan na parang play button, automatically, magtutugtog na po yan. Okay? So, yan po yung function ng audio. Then, bala na po kayo kung ilagay nyo dito sa gilid. Depende sa pagiging organize nyo. For example, sa different kinds of sounds. So, lagay nyo dyan, different kinds of sounds. And, ilagay nyo sa tabi yung icon. Yan. So, gamit na gamit natin yung Google Slide, especially if we are handling online distance learning classes. Kasi po, talagang purely online yung ating ginagawa. Then, same with Google Docs. Click natin yung share. Okay, the same slide. Okay, do not forget to rename the file, then click save, then share natin. Okay, kanino mo siya share? Click mo yung email ad ng gusto mong sharean. Okay? So, bahala ka po dyan kung sino. Then, click mo yung send. Then, automatically, this file, slide presentation, is automatically shared with the person that you have selected, kung sino po siya. Then, if you're going to present, just click this sa upper right, present. Okay, yan. So, present, click mo yan. So, lalabas na po yung ganyan. Ayan. So, naka-full screen na siya. Okay? And if you want to have a pointer, may lumalabas pong point to emphasize the key words that or the words that you need to be emphasized. So, ayan. Bahala po kayo mag ng pointer ninyo. Okay? So, exit natin. So, yun po. So, those are the basic features of Google Slides that can be can give a big help to you or to us as educators. So, that would be all for my discussion. Thank you and good afternoon. Ma'am, diretso na po, okay? And to discuss and to um, discuss with the two remaining remaining Google apps, Sir Jason Borabo of Bayon Elementary School will continue with the discussion. Sir Jason?
A pleasant afternoon to everyone. Marahay na hapon po sa inyong gabos. So, it is always a privilege to be invited as your resource person in your in-service training. So, paulit-ulit po na sinasabi sa atin, ICT or the technology takes a big role in the teaching learning process even before the pandemic or the new normal in education. So maraming bago and updates na kailangan nating matutunan. It is hard at first, but as we go along with the processes, and if we dwell ourselves into the new trends in education, I know that we will be equipped with the knowledge and skills that our 21st century learners needs. So my topic is not new to us. Google applications are embedded in our .ed email account as explained earlier, kaninang umaga po by our division ITO. So if you are a .ed teacher, you have a full version and access. Okay? You have full version access and unlimited subscription to the Google applications for free. So yan po ang kagandahan sa atin dahil binibigyan po tayo ng libre ni DepEd ng subscription sa lahat ng Google application. So let me share to you my presentation. So my first topic is about Google Drive. So a Google Drive is a safe place for all your files. So familiar po tayo dito sa mga icon na to. We have OneDrive, we have the iCloud, and this icon is a Google Drive icon. So ano itong mga tinatawag natin na mga cloud-based drive natin? So kung sa Microsoft, mayroon tayong tinatawag na OneDrive, ang parang counterpart ni Microsoft sa Google Drive ay OneDrive. Kay iPhone naman, mayroon tayong tinatawag na iCloud. At kay Google, mayroon tayong Google Drive. So lahat ng ito po ay mga examples ng mga cloud-based drive. So kung ilalagay natin in a simpler way, parang online USB. Online dahil kailangan natin ng internet to access the drive. So, ito po yung Google Drive ang gagamitin natin para i-save lahat po ng available files natin na ginawa from the different Google applications and even videos or audio. So, ito yung mga common problems ng mga teachers when it comes to viruses. Kapag Google Drive ang ginagamit natin, we are free from viruses. So, hindi po apektado ang ating device or ang ating computer kapag Google Drive ang ginagamit natin dahil this is free from the virus. Okay, ito pa yung isang common problem ng mga teacher. Which one is the most updated file? So alam natin na ang lahat ng applications ay may kanya-kanyang version. Example, yung Microsoft Word natin, yung version ng Microsoft Word natin na 2007 version is different from 2013 version, and lalong-lalo na kapag yung Office 365 version natin. So hindi natin alam kung alin ba yung pinaka-most updated file. Kapag ginamit natin, sinave natin yung file natin in a Google Drive, automatic po na na-update into the most recent version yung ating file na gagamitin. So ito po ang kagandahan ng Google Drive dahil automatic po na na-update into the latest version ang ating file. Okay. Ito pa yung isang problem ng mga teacher. Too many files, but we have very little space in our device. So usually, ang ating mga laptop po ay meron siyang capacity na 500 gigabytes. Kung medyo magandang klase ng laptop natin, meron tayong 1 terabytes or 2 terabytes and so on. What if napuno ang ating hard drive sa ating mga laptop? Ano ang gagawin natin sa mga files? Usually, ang ginagawa natin, bumibili tayo ng external drive para doon i-save, lalong-lalo na kapag mga video, mas malaki po ang na-occupy na space sa ating mga devices. So with the help of Google Drive, wala tayong problema pagdating sa space. or sa memory. Dahil ang Google Drive na ibinigay sa atin ni DepEd ay may unlimited storage. Pag sinabi natin na unlimited storage, hindi po siya napupuno. Ang kaibahan po ng paggamit ng DepEd account with a regular account sa Google, ang regular account po sa Google, meron lang siyang limited storage up to 15 ata or 25 gigabyte. Pero if you are using a DepEd email account, ang ating Google Drive po ay unlimited. So, ibig sabihin, hindi po siya napupuno. Okay lang naman na magkaroon ka ng regular account, pero yung memory natin, yung storage natin sa Google Drive, kung gusto mong i-upgrade, may bayad po ito. So, since libre sa atin ang Google Drive, ang mga DepEd accounts natin, may enjoy natin yung full version ni Google Drive. Okay. So let's start with Google Drive. So what is a Google Drive? A Google Drive is a cloud-based storage solution that allows you to save files online and access them anywhere from any smartphone, tablet, or computer. So kapag sinave natin ang ating Google Drive, example, may report na kailangan si principal. Okay, wala kang dalang laptop. So nasa travel ka at kailangan yung report na yon ng ating principal. So paano natin ma-send yung ating data? So pwede nating gamitin ang ating Google Drive. I-save lang po natin ang ating file sa Google Drive. Mamaya tuturuan ko po kayo paano ba tayo mag-upload ng file sa ating mga Google Drive. And pwede natin siyang i-share kahit gamit lang ang ating mga smartphone, tablet, or any kind of device. So how are we going to use Google Drive? You can use Drive on your computer or mobile device to securely upload files and edit them online. Drive also makes it easy for others to edit and collaborate on files. So lahat po ng Google applications, we can work on collaboratively. Pag sinabi po natin collaboratively, kahit sabay-sabay po tayo nag-work on one document or halimbawa in one slide or in one Google Docs, pwede po natin siyang gawin. Okay, so ito po yung icon natin for the Google Drive. So, ito yung mga features. We have the unlimited storage. All files are synced and updated. And it is virus-free. So, ito yung mga pinakamagandang features ng paggamit natin ng Google Drive. So, how are we going to use Google Drive? Paano tayo mag-start ng Google Drive? So ito, the same with other Google application. Makikita po natin yung Google Drive sa Google App Box. Ito po yung may bilog with the 9 small boxes. Ang tawag po natin dyan ay Google App Box. So click lang po natin ang Google App Box and you can see all the available Google applications in your account. So at to, click lang po natin yung icon ng Drive. Then after that, paano tayo mag-start gamitin ang Google Drive? Click natin ang New. Kapag click natin ang New, lalabas ang ganitong window. So we have the options, file upload. Kung ikaw ay mag-upload ng file, pwede rin tayo ng folder upload. Para isahan lang po yung pag-upload ng multiple files natin. And when we click New, there are also options available. We have the Google Docs, we have Google Sheets, and the Google Slides. So yan po, pwede tayo mag-create ng Google Docs, Google Sheets, and Google Slides directly on our Google Drive. So try uploading any file on your Google Drive. So mag-try po tayo na mag-upload ng file, any type of file. It could be a picture, pwedeng a Word document, or a Google Docs, pwedeng video. So depende po sa inyo. So sabi ko po kanina, Google Drive can be accessed on our smartphone or mobile phone. So available po sa ating Google App Store ang application para sa Google Drive. So ipapakita ko po sa inyo the actual na itsura ng aking Google Drive. So when you open a Google Chrome, ito po ang lalabas sa inyo. Makikita po natin dito sa gilid, sa upper right part ng ating screen ang Google App Box. And makikita natin lahat ng available applications in the Google. So click po natin. So yung arrangement ng Google applications, pwede natin siyang i-rearrange according to our preference. So usually kapag lagi mong ginagamit si Google Drive, siya ang mauuna. Kapag lagi mong ginagamit si Google Forms, nandito siya sa taas. And yung mga application, Google applications na hindi kadalasang ginagamit natin ay nandito sa baba. Pero we can customize the arrangement of the Google Apps in our Google App Box. Okay, so click po natin ang Drive to start. Ayan. So, ito yung mga available files in my Google Drive. So, kung mapapansin po natin, medyo madami na ang files na nandito. Madami na pong videos na na-upload ako in my Google Drive and hindi po napupuno ang aking Google Drive. So, click natin ang New. Try to upload a file. Click natin ang File Upload. Let's say I am going to upload a picture in the Google Drive. So, nasa desktop po yung picture. Halimbawa, itong logo ng SDO Tabaco City. Click lang po natin. Select the file. Then, click Open. Then, dyan sa baba ng inyong Google Drive, may lalabas na maliit na window na uploading one item. So once the file is already uploaded, so yung uploading of file natin, it will depend on the internet connectivity. Kung malakas ang ating internet connection, mas mabilis po na ma-upload ang ating file. And also, it will depend on the capacity or yung gaano ba kalaki yung ating file. Okay, so once it is already uploaded, may lalabas po na one upload complete. Okay, eto na po yung file na na-upload ko in the Google Drive. So sabi ko po kanina, ang files natin inside the Google Drive, we can work on it collaboratively. So, ibig sabihin, pwede po ang file sharing under Google Drive. So, the same with Google Docs and Google Slide, pwede rin nating ma-share ang files under the Google Drive. So, paano po ang file sharing? So, ito po yung in-upload ko na SDO logo. So, right-click the file. Then, hanapin po natin yung word na share. Click share. Ayan. So, example, gusto kong i-share ang aking file kay Ma'am Julma Cargullo. So, i-type lang po natin yung account ni Ma'am Julma Cargullo. Julma, kung naka-add na po yung email account ni Ma'am Julma in your contacts, madali po siyang mahanap. So, automatic na lalabas po. Then, just click. Then, ano ba yung purpose? Siya ba ay editor, viewer, or commenter? So, kung viewer lang po, let's set the restriction to viewer. Then, after that, click send. Ayan. So, automatic na po, pwedeng makita, may email na marireceive si Ma'am Julma about the file that I sent. Okay. Paano naman kung link ang iyong ibibigay? Halimbawa, may link ka na ibibigay sa sa ka-workmate mo or sa co-teacher or sa yung student to access your file. So, pwede rin naman po yun. So, just right-click the file, click the word share, then, copy the link, and then, i-paste mo lang kahit sa Messenger or sa Facebook, sa email, na isaan sa group chat, pwede nating gawin ang file sharing. So, let us always remember yung restriction. Kapag ang restriction mo ay view lang, so dapat i-check natin. Halimbawa, ayaw mong ma-edit ang file, so dapat iset natin ang restriction into viewer lang po. Okay. So that's all about Google Drive. So explore na lang po natin how are we going to use Google Drive. So ganun po ang pag-upload. Pag-upload, ulitin ko po yung process. Just click New. Click File Upload. And choose the file that you are going to upload. I-locate lang po natin saan ba nakasave ang ating file. Halimbawa, kung nakasave siya sa desktop, click natin ang desktop and locate the file. Halimbawa, itong DepEd Order number 12, series of 2020. Gusto mong i-upload in your Google Drive. Just select the file, click Open, and then automatic, the file will be uploaded in your Google Drive. So yung uploading po natin, it will depend on the size of the file and to the internet connection. So kapag malakas po ang internet connection natin, mas mabilis na ma-upload yung file, and mas maliit na file, syempre, mas madali rin pong ma-upload. Okay. So, pwede rin po tayo the same with our hard drive on our devices. Pwede rin po tayong mag-delete ng mga files in our Google Drive. So, paano po tayo mag-delete ng file? So, just right-click the file. Halimbawa, itong certificates. Right-click the file. Then, just click Remove. Kung gusto nating i-download yung file para maging available siya offline, kasi ang Google Drive po ay online, ibig sabihin, it will only work kung mayroon tayong internet connection. So kung gusto natin siyang gawing offline, yung file ay ma-access natin even without the internet connectivity, so i-download po natin. So just click download. Then, automatically, the file will be downloaded on your device. Okay. So kung may question po about Google Drive, pwede po natin gamitin ang ating chat box. Okay, so let us now proceed with my next topic. Okay. The next is about Google Classroom. So lahat po ng available na Google applications ay pwede nating gawin inside the Google Classroom. Ang Google Classroom po ay isang learning management system. So ito yung pinaka-LMS ni Google, yung Google Classroom. So, ang Google Classroom ay mas lalo siyang sumikat ngayon na new normal in education dahil nagkaroon tayo ng online distance learning and modular distance learning. Si Google Classroom ay hindi lang po siya ginagamit for online classes. Pwede rin, kasi may dalawa tayong type of online classes. We have the synchronous and the asynchronous. So, sa asynchronous, pwede natin siyang gamitin. In the same way, sa modular distance learning, pwede rin po natin siyang gamitin si Google Classroom doon sa tinatawag natin na modular distance learning na digital. Kasi we can upload file inside our Google Classroom. Okay, so what is a Google Classroom? Google Classroom is available to schools with a Google app for education or yung tinatawag natin na GAFE domain. So Classroom is a way to get all of your students in one place and allows you to easily assign work and for students to turn it in. Halimbawa, mayroon kang assignment na gustong ipagawa sa student, pwede mong i-post lang po yon sa ating Google Classroom, and then all the enrolled students in your class can easily access that assignment. So pwede natin siyang gawing sa home-based for Google Drive. So lahat ng assignments po na pwede nating activity na gustong ipagawa sa ating students ay pwede nating gamitin ang Google Classroom. So again, ang Google Classroom po ay hindi lang siya ginagamit for online distance learning. Even sa modular distance learning, pwede pong gamitin si Google Classroom, lalo-lalo na po doon sa digital na online ay na modular distance learning. So how to create your own Google Classroom? So again, go to Google Classroom and then click Go to Classroom. Or the same, pumunta po tayo doon sa Google App Box natin and then hanapin po natin yung icon ni Classroom. Ang icon po, itong color green, na parang ang itsura niya ay chalkboard na may tatlong icon na tao sa center. So again, welcome to the classroom. So ito po yung icon, pinaka-icon ni Google Classroom. So how to create your own classes? So click on the plus sign by your name and click Create Class. So type in your class name. Ayan. Kapag clinic po natin yung plus sign, ito po. Then choose Create Class. Then this window will appear on your screen. So just type in the class name. Ano ba yung class name? And then the section. Halimbawa, grade 12. Anong mga section dito, Ma'am Julma? Mga section dito. Halimbawa, grade sa amin na lang para mas madali. Halimbawa, grade 4, duhat. So, ganyan po. So, itatype lang po natin yung class name dito sa portion na ito and then the name of the section. So, ganun lang po kasimple how to create your class. So, mamaya ipapakita ko po sa inyo yung actual steps on how to create your class. There are two ways to have your students join in your Google Classroom. So, pwede natin siyang you can invite your students via email to join in your class, and then your student will receive the link, and then the moment na clinic nila yung link na yon na sinend mo, they can already join in your Google Classroom. The second step or the second way on how to join your students in your Google Classroom is through a Google Classroom code. Yung tinatawag natin na classroom code or class code. So every Google Classroom, mayroon po siyang unique code. Okay, ayan. Ito po yung unique code na makikita natin inside our Google Classroom. So using the classroom code to join, dito muna tayo on how our students will join in our Google Classroom. So step number 1, go to Google Classroom. Next, click on the plus sign in the right-hand corner. Ito pong plus sign. Then click Join Class. Then type in the classroom code and click Join. So yan po. Paano tayo makaka-join using our classroom code? Okay, ito po yung classroom homepage. Ito po yung dashboard na makikita natin in our Google Classroom. So what are the parts of your Google Classroom? So we have the stream, where your announcement and assignments are posted. We also have a tab or a page for our students and another page or tab for about. Okay, you can also modify, or you can also uh, customize the classroom theme or add your own photo at the top of your Google Classroom. So pwede nating i-customize yung ating classroom theme. So let us now go to the actual Google Classroom. So ipapakita ko po sa inyo ang mga examples ng Google Classroom in my account. So again, paano makapunta sa ating Google Classroom? Pumunta lang po sa ating Google App Box, click Google App Box, then look for Classroom. Ito po yung icon ng Classroom. The moment you open Google Classroom, makikita nyo po yung available classes that you created in your account. So in my case, meron po ako ditong 5 Google Classrooms. I have for grade 5 Diamond. I have for grade 4 Earth. Ito yung ginamit namin during the pilot implementation ng online distance learning dito sa Tabaco National High School, yung grade 12 STEM A. And I also have a classroom for Mayon ES teachers. And ito yung ginawa ni Ma'am Tess Buwasa na classroom for SBM practitioners. Okay, so how to create your own class? Click lang po natin yung plus sign, then choose create class. Ayan. So ano yung kailangan nating i-fill out na details in creating our Google Classroom? Yung class name, halimbawa, grade 5. Section, Duhat. Subject, English. And yung room, pwedeng optional. Pwede nating lagyan ng room or pwede rin na hindi. Okay. After giving all the needed information, just click create. Okay, hintayin lang po natin si Google Classroom to generate your own class. Ayan po. So automatic. Nandito na po yung ating Google Classroom. Ito po yung dashboard. Ito yung mga parts ng ating Google Classroom. We have for the stream, kung saan magpo-post tayo ng assignment and activities. Gagamitin po natin si stream. For classwork, lahat po ng available activities, yung kailangang gawin ng mga students natin, ay makikita natin dito sa classwork. And we also have for the people. Yung people po, makikita natin sino ba yung teachers sa klase na yon and the enrolled students in our Google Classroom. And we also have for the grades. Yung grades po ay automatic kapag may activity tayo na binigay sa ating mga students, automatic po magkakaroon na ng rating or ng grades ang ating mga estudyante. So no need for the teacher to compute for the grade, automatic po na ibibigay sa atin ni Google Classroom. Okay. So in our theme, in our dashboard, makikita natin yung section, the grade and the section and the class code. Ito po yung class code natin. Ayan. Yung class code ko po in my recent Google Classroom is NYYAF6G. So ito po yung ibibigay natin sa mga students natin to join in our Google Classroom. Okay. Paano tayo mag-upload or mag-customize ng ating theme? So, just click select theme. Ayan, mayroon po tayong available templates for the theme. For the general, we have several templates here. For English and History, mayroon din po. For Mathematics and Science, mayroon din. For Arts, mayroon tayong templates. For Sports and others. Sa halimbawa, since may subject is English. So punta tayo sa English and History. Then you can choose to the available templates in the Google Classroom. Halimbawa, gusto ko ito, just select the template, then click select class theme. Then automatic, the theme will be changed in your Google Classroom. So halimbawa, gusto mong magkaroon ng magbigay ng assignment sa iyong mga students. So halimbawa, just go to stream, or gusto mong mag-post ng announcement, please join the Google Classroom using this code. Okay, then copy lang po natin yung code, then paste natin sa wall, then post natin. So lahat ng students ay makikita itong announcement mo. So paano tayo mag-i-enroll ng ating student? So punta tayo dito sa people, then click lang po natin yung plus, yung parang icon ng tao na may plus, then type the name or the email of your student. Yun ay kung may copy ka ng email address ng iyong mga student. Pero kung wala po, don't worry dahil may mas madaling way on how our student will join in our class. Again, uulitin ko po, ibibigay lang po natin yung ating class code. Ayan po. Ibigay lang po ito natin sa ating mga students, then they can already join in our Google Classroom. So paano po sila mag-join in the Google Classroom? Click nila yung Google Classroom, click yung plus sign, then join class, then itatype po nila dito sa part na ito ang Google Classroom code. Okay na po? Paano tayo mag-organize ng ating mga modules? Halimbawa, ginamit mo si Google Classroom as your platform in your modular distance learning na digital. So mag-organize tayo ng files. So create lang po tayo, click natin yung classwork, click ang create, then topic. Okay. Di ba tayo meron tayong mga modules na ibinibigay sa ating mga students? Halimbawa, week 1. Yung topic natin is for week 1. Or pwede rin quarter 1. Then click add. Okay, then pwede tayo mag-create ng another topic for quarter 2. Then click add. Okay. So halimbawa, mag-upload ka ng module sa iyong Google Classroom. Paano natin gagawin? So just click create, choose material, then the title of the material. Halimbawa, English grade 5 module 1. Then description, pwedeng it's optional. Halimbawa, this module is about, let's say, nouns. Okay, so it's optional. Pwedeng lagyan natin ng description, yung i-upload natin na file. Then, mag-a-add na po tayo ng file. Click add. Okay, meron tayo ditong option. We have Google Drive. We also have link. We also have file. and YouTube. Okay. So kung ang file ay nasa computer mo, i-click lang po natin yung file. Then browse for file. I-locate lang po natin kung saan nakasave yung file sa inyong mga laptop or sa inyong mga devices. Halimbawa, yung module, hanap muna po ako ng module dito na available. Okay, halimbawa po itong milk, gusto kong i-upload. Example lang po ha. Then, choose lang po natin yung file. Then, click open. Ayan, so automatic po, ma-upload na yung file natin. Then, after that, dito, saan natin isi-send or saan natin ipopost yung material. Okay, so sa grade 5, duhat. And dito may option tayo, all students natin. So pwede rin kapag may na-enrolled na tayong students, pwedeng selective lang. Halimbawa, sa 5 student lang na nangangailangan ng file, pwede natin gawin. Okay, saang topic natin siya ilo-locate? Okay, under siya ng quarter 1. Then, click lang po natin yung post. Hintayin nating ma-upload. So, automatic po, nandito na sa quarter 1 yung file na English grade 5 module 1. So, kung makikita natin, hindi masyadong organized yung mga files dito. Paano natin gagawing organize yung, halimbawa, di ba nauuna dapat yung quarter 1 kaysa sa quarter 2? So, paano natin gagawin? Paano natin i-organize yung mga files natin inside our Google Classroom? So, click lang po natin yung tatlong maliit na dots in our screen. Then, click natin ang Move Up. So, automatic, nasa taas na po yung quarter 1. So, pwede nating i-organize yung lahat ng files na i-upload natin in our Google Classroom. So halimbawa, gusto mong mag-add ng another material in quarter 2. Halimbawa, quarter 2 na, mag-add ka na ng module para sa English. So click lang po natin pwedeng material. Then English module 2. Module 2, quarter 2. Then add po tayo ng file. Again, from our local disk. Then upload po tayo. Browse for the file. Okay, halimbawa, ito na yung file natin. Then select lang yung file, then click open. Then automatic po, i-upload na ni Google Classroom yung file. Then saang topic po siya? Nandito siya sa quarter 2. Halimbawa, sa quarter 2 siya, gusto nating ilagay. Choose quarter 2. Then, click po natin yung post. Ayan. So, nandito po siya sa quarter 2. So, yung pag-create po natin ng topic, mahalaga po dahil na-organize natin yung mga materials inside our Google Classroom. And aside from that, ang ating Google Classroom ay mayroon pong tinatawag, nakalink po siya to all the available Google applications. Nakalink po siya sa lahat ng Google applications. Halimbawa, quiz assignment, gusto mo magkaroon ng quiz assignment or assignment, mag-a-add ka or pwede nating mag-create, pwede siyang gawin sa docs, pwedeng gawin natin sa slide, sa sheets, sa drawings, or sa forms. So, pwede nating i-integrate yung lahat ng applications na diniscuss po ni Ma'am Julma and ni Sir Jeff kanina in the Google Classroom. Okay, and aside from that, nakalink din po ang ating Google Classroom sa ating Google Drive dahil meron po siyang tinatawag na class drive folder. lahat po ng files na inalalagay natin in the Google Classroom ay nakalagay din po or available din po sa ating class drive folder. So nag-upload po ako kanina ng dalawang file. So yung file na po yon ay na-save or na-store in the Google Drive ng Google Classroom. Kasi meron po siyang sariling Google Drive ang lahat ng Google Classroom na create po natin. Okay? So, I think okay na po na discuss ko na yung mga mahalagang features ni Google Classroom na pwede po nating magamit. So, maraming salamat po sa pakikinig.
Thank you very much to our very young and very promising ICT speakers, Mr. Jeffrey Sape and Mr. Jason Borabo, for unselfishly sharing with us your knowledge and expertise on the appropriate use of the different Google apps.
To show our appreciation to our speaker for unselfishly sharing his expertise and time to us, may we call in Mrs. Rebecca V. Bouvier to give the certificate of commendation to assist Ma'am Catherine Tino.
Hello? Is my sound clear po?
Yes po, ma'am.
Am I going to start from ano po?
Awarding of certificate po, ma'am.
Okay po, sige.
Okay, sige.
Thank you. So the certificates of commendation will be awarded to our speakers by our principal, Ma'am Elena B. Tasik, and she will be assisted by Ma'am Rebecca Bouvier. So the text reads, Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 5 Bicol, Division of City Schools, Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City. These certificates of commendation are awarded to Ms. Carrie Joy B. Cleofe, Mr. Jeffrey B. Sape, and Mr. Jason Borabo for their laudable performance shown and profound wisdom shared as resource speakers during the mid-year in-service training for Tabaco National High School's teaching and non-teaching personnel with the theme Fostering Effective and Flexible Learning Environment for Optimum Professional and Academic Gains, held on December 14 to 18, 2020 at Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City. Given this 14th day of December 2020 at Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City, signed Elena B. Tasik, Secondary School Principal 4, Agnes B. Bonaobra, Public Schools Division Supervisor.
Before we have the last but definitely not the least important session for the day, we will have first the representative of China Bank, Sir J. Hailo, to introduce their bank services to us. Sir J.
Hello po. Tapos na daw po si China Bank.
Okay. Thank you, Sir J. As teachers and as government servants, our relationship with our co-worker is very important in ensuring the success of our educational goals and the overall health of our workplace. Hence, today, we are very lucky because we have with us an advocate of solidarity and positivity. Friends, our next speaker has earned the degrees Master in Business Administration from Bicol College Graduate School, Master of Arts major in Spiritual Life from San Carlos Graduate School of Theology, Makati City, and Master of Science in Psychology major in Human Development from De La Salle University, Taft Avenue, Manila. Currently, he is the school director of Catholic Center School of Tobacco, Albay, Incorporated, after serving as the principal of St. Gregory the Great Seminary. Friends, it is an honor to present to you today Reverend Father Agosto O. Abril.
Okay. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. So please bear with me because this is also new for me to be talking and giving talk na hindi ko nakikita ang aking pinagbibigyan ng aking mga ng aking talk. Okay. So just konting correction lang doon sa introduction. At present I am the School Director of Catholic Central School of Tobacco, at the same time principal of St. Gregory the Great Seminary. So last time I was invited by one of your teachers to give a talk. When I agreed of his invitation, I thought that I will be giving something about mental and emotional well-being. So I was just informed that it is a new topic, but then again, here I am. So I'll be discussing. So once again, good afternoon. I'll be discussing about bridging the gaps, promoting solidarity to foster a positive learning climate in the workplace. So, my dear teachers, uh, when I was studying the topic that was given to me, first ay hinimay-himay ko muna ano ba yung dapat talaga ditong magandang mapag-aralan at mapagnilayan natin. So, the very first part of my talk is about acknowledging the gaps that we experience in the workplace. So that would be the first part, bridging the gaps. Kailangan ma-identify muna kasi natin ano ba yung gaps that exist in the workplace. Para kailangan maganda kasi mapangalanan muna natin what are the gaps that exist in the workplace para alam mo kung paano mo how to address those gaps that we experience in the workplace. Then after which I will go to the second part, which is promoting solidarity to foster a positive learning climate in the workplace. Okay. Now, to begin, so how to identify and close the gaps in the workplace? So according to one author, he identified three classifications of gaps that usually exist, or the gaps that are usually experienced inside the workplace. So mind you, my dear teachers, that although the presentation is in the context of a business, i-relate ko na lang siya sa educational setting or educational workplace. Okay. So the first gap that we usually experience is what we call the skills gap. Ano ba yung ibig sabihin ng skills gap? So accordingly, the skills that companies think they have or need compared to the skills that they actually have or can get is called the workforce skills gap. So yun, ulitin ko po. The skills that companies think they have or need compared to the skills that they actually have or can get is called the workforce skills gap. So sa madaling sabi, if we are to summarize the definition of which, parang yung ano ngayon, di ba, the reality versus the expectation. Ano ba yung reality? Ano ba yung expectation muna natin? So halimbawa, sa public school, as part of the DepEd public school, ano ba usually yung the expectation that we have for our as a for our school as an educational institution, and from that expectation, ano ba yung reality, 'di ba? Kasi alam natin 'yon, yung iba yung reality, iba doon sa kung ano yung expectation natin. So again, in the context of Philippine educational system, we talk about here the reality versus expectation. So halimbawa, ano ba yung isang expectation natin? Halimbawa, 'di ba, what is ideal of any classroom, 'di ba? Halimbawa, ilan bang meron ba akong matatanong dito? Madam? Yan. Kunyari meron akong kausap. Madam. Ayan, madam. Ilan ba ang ideal na number of students sa bawat classroom dapat? 50, 'di ba? So that's what's ideal, 'di ba? But in reality, because of the growing number of students that we usually exceed from the number of students that should be in a particular classroom. Pareho din, halimbawa, sa dami ng estudyante natin, usually meron tayong dapat expected lang na ilang yung number of teachers. But normally, dahil sa kakulangan ng budget and with all the reasons that usually there's still a lack in the population that would address the educational system of our country. So that's the reality versus expectation. So halimbawa, I got this from the internet. Halimbawa, when we talk about the expectation versus reality, halimbawa sa sitwasyon natin ngayon about the online learning na we would present as expectation, as expected of us, we are expected na dapat very ano ka during discussion because you are hoping that you have a stable connection, tapos maayos na ambience ng pag-ano sa bahay. But when in fact, because of the poor internet connection that we have, so this is the reality, the expectation versus the reality. Okay? So, pareho din dito, expectation on online classes that as expected, you should always be presenting yourself as someone very interested with your class or with your subjects, when in fact pag halimbawa sunod-sunod na tapos idagdag mo pa yung iba pang problema tungkol sa online classes, then this is the reality how students become troubled, how they struggle, how they are being challenged because of the situation. So that's the first gap. Workforce skills gaps can also come from unrealistic expectations. Halimbawa, sayang dahil wala akong masyadong makakausap ng mga teachers. Halimbawa, kayo, bilang mga guro, ano ba yung mga unrealistic expectations that are being given to you as educators or as teachers, 'di ba? So with many businesses, for example, so focus on the need to keep costs low, they can let themselves believe that the current skills they have are sufficient even when that might not be the case. So halimbawa, dito sa sitwasyon natin, halimbawa kayo as teachers, can you say that you are already contented with the situation that you are into? Diba? Halimbawa, ano ba yung supposedly maganda sana when you have a good environment, education, parang learning environment, tapos alam mong yung kokonti lang yung estudyante nyo, 'di ba? But again, because of low costs or low budget, na talagang pag-aanuhin mo na lang, pagkakasahin mo na lang kung ano yung resources na meron kayo. Okay. So, are my slides available? Na nakikita nila yung slides ko. Okay. Skills gaps can occur at an individual level where the skills an employee has doesn't match up to the requirements of the role. So, yan din yung isa pang problema sa skills gaps. Kasi halimbawa, during hiring, hindi ko alam kasi kung anong procedure sa public eh. So, sa usual kasi, before the hiring, alam na kaagad kung ano yung expected dapat sa bawat empleyado or bawat teacher na kailangan akuin. Diba? Yung kailangan i-hire. But are those requirements required of an employee being met before the teacher is accepted, diba, or hired? So, yun din yung ano doon. Yun din yung isang issue doon. So, this might be because there are also changes in employee duties, poor performance review, indicating they're falling short of what the role needs, or they may be new skills required for a promotion or upcoming project. Okay, so this is another instance where skills gap is being identified na baka mamaya hindi nakikita na yung mga guro, maybe some of them are already performing poorly, 'di ba? Or maybe because there are some other reasons why teachers are not performing anymore well in their classes, 'di ba? So napag-uusapan ba 'yon? Nakikita ba 'yon? Na-address ba 'yon? Okay. So skills gaps at the team or company level are usually spotted when a business or team fails to meet their goals or a big upcoming project requires certain skills. So maganda, kaya nga 'di ba sa umpisa pa lang dapat maayos na kaagad. Ano ba yung goal natin as an educational institution, 'di ba? As a learning environment, what are the goals that we have to meet? Kasi yun yung magiging guide natin as to whether we are progressing, as to whether we are meeting the goals, as to whether we're doing good with uh with the things that are being required of us. Okay. So skills gaps here can also arise from a shift in strategy or taking on new technologies. So halimbawa, yung setup natin ngayon as halimbawa lahat tayo nakaano na ngayon na online learning, 'di ba? Where teachers are required na talagang dapat maging techie sila. So ano na lang ang mangyayari doon sa mga medyo senior na, 'di ba? Kaya nga I know of some na talagang they chose to for early retirement na lang. Kasi parang wala nang saysay ko halimbawa bigla ka pang mag-aaral ng lahat ng mga ano. So these are some of the reasons why skills gaps are being recognized, hopefully in every educational institution. Okay. Now, given those skills gap, syempre hindi tayo pwedeng mauuwi lang tayo sa pag-identify. Ito yung gap na nangyayari sa amin. So, skills gap pala yon. So, kailangan ma-address natin. So, how do we close the workforce skills gap? Let us identify some. First, sabi dito, perform a skills gap analysis by assessing your current capabilities and skills and then identify what skills you need in the future. So, as administrator, for example, kailangan malinaw, halimbawa, ano ba yung pinaka-asset as an educational system, ano ba yung pinaka-asset ko ngayon? Halimbawa, ilang teachers ang magagaling sa ganitong field? Ilang teachers ang magagaling dito sa ganitong area? Diba? So that you can identify in the future, you can clearly identify ano pa yung kailangan ko. Diba? Yung hindi lang basta kang nag-hire dahil lang for the sake that you are hiring teachers, but you are hiring because this is what is needed in order to improve the learning environment and especially the service that we cater to for our students. So kailangan merong analysis muna. Maging malinaw muna as administrators or as teachers, you can also suggest kung ano ba yung ano muna natin, ano ba yung pinakayaman muna natin. So yun yung kung halimbawa sa lingwahe natin. Ano ba yung pinakayaman muna? Halimbawa dito sa Tabaco National High School, ano ba yung pinakayaman ninyo? Ano ba yung halimbawa, marami yung magagaling sa arts. So what kind of arts do you excel from? So i-identify para magamit talaga, para walang matitenga doon sa mga talents ng teachers mismo ninyo. Okay? Second, sabi dito, being able to quickly and easily identify your top talents and filter your workforce by the skills they have or want to learn is an essential first step in being able to close your workforce skills gap. So, kailangan i-identify muna para pagdating ng hiring, wala nang magiging redundancy. Okay? So, wala nang duplication sa mga items na kailangan punuan. Okay. Kailangan i-prioritize kung ano talaga yung nakikitang need. Especially that halimbawa sa sitwasyon natin ngayon, because in every situation, there arises different needs eh. So kailangan you also have to adapt on the different needs that arise depending on each circumstance or situation. Okay. Second, you think about what your organization values and what your employees need in order to perform well in their roles. Okay? So you think about your organization values. Ano ba yung pinahahalagahan ng Tabaco National High School? What is it that you want to address as an educational institution? What is it that you want to give, and do you want that the teachers, or you want the students to value? Halimbawa, yan ulit magdidepende uli yan sa sitwasyon natin ngayon, because we know for a fact na yung needs noong mga nakaraang araw iba na din sa mga needs ngayon. Kaya mind you, my dear teachers, pasay na po yung sasabihin natin nung panahon namin kasi dapat ganito yan. Yung panahon naman na namin, ganito yung ginagawa. Yun po yung problema doon, ha? Lalo-lalo na po sa developmental psychologist, yan po yung ayaw na maririnig din ng ating mga kabataan. Ha? Kasi iba yung panahon nila sa panahon natin ngayon. And we cannot always assert na yung nangyari noon na mga techniques natin, pwede pa din natin gamitin ngayon kasi nga iba na yung sitwasyon natin ngayon. So you always think, what is it that you want to, what you want the students to value more, especially with the challenges that we face today. Ano sa tingin nyo yung dapat na mas lalong maiwan or mapangaralan or mas lalong pahalaga na ating mga estudyante? Lalong-lalo na given the fact na yung ating mga kabataan ngayon ay talagang ibang-iba na sa kabataan noon. Okay? So, kailangan ano din natin, the signs of the times. Dapat ano din tayo doon. Okay. So other skills gaps might be less obvious, such as a lack of soft skills that might only be apparent when you take a deeper look at what skills your company wants to nurture to achieve business goals. So I'm just not sure kasi kanina bago ako dumating, 'di ba yung topic was about ano ba yung pag ano naman sa technology yun, 'di ba? Pag ano, yes. Yung pag ano naman sa technology kasi halimbawa ngayon, yun yung kailangan ng mga teachers ngayon, 'di ba? The soft skills about technology, about halimbawa yung paggawa ng maayos na PowerPoint, 'di ba? Yung paggawa ng maayos na presentation. So although these are the soft skills that are that should be prioritized at present. So kailangan yun din yung kailangan makita ng administrators or ng school mismo kung ano yung dapat punuan sa ganitong sitwasyon ngayon. And lastly, finally, you can then look at filling your skills with through hiring or training. So the right option will depend on the specific skills gap challenge. Okay. So halimbawa, alam ko na halimbawa sa public, 'di ba? As a public school, hindi naman madali yung halimbawa, kulang ngayon ng ganitong teacher, hire ka agad, 'di ba? May proseso 'yun 'di ba? So may proseso 'yun. So instead, halimbawa, imposible yung hiring, nakita nyo yung need, 'di ba? Ito yung need ng school ngayon. Imposible yung hiring. So kung halimbawa imposible yung hiring, then you go to training. Okay? You go to training. Kung halimbawa imposible na madagdagan yung mga kailangan ninyong teachers, so you just make use of your human resources by giving them trainings. So para mapunuan, kasi hindi pwedeng mauwi, hindi. Kasi yan lang talaga yung budget, yan lang talaga yung ano namin, yung resources namin. Hindi. Kailangan, we should always think out of the box. Ano yung kailangan gawin para ma-address kung ano man yung need that we are able to recognize at present. So if you're looking at more long-term goals, then investing in training, like developing a soft skills training program, might alternatively be the right option. So halimbawa, ito po halimbawa lang ha, wala po sana sa aking magalit. Halimbawa, ang isang issue ngayon sa Philippine educational system is the poor English literacy. Diba? So, ano yung pwede natin gawin doon? So hindi naman pwedeng okay lahat ng English teachers dapat yan talaga yung yan yung dahil yan yung forte ninyo, kayo na bahala doon. Hindi. Kasi baka mamaya pati yung ibang teachers din na hindi lang yung English teachers baka mamaya kailangan din may upgrading about their English proficiency. So, kasi hindi naman pwede na kahit halimbawa, hindi naman pwede dahil science teacher ka, okay lang na wrong grammar ka din, di ba? So, hindi dahil math teacher, hindi, math teacher ako, hindi ko naman kailangan na dapat very ano ako sa English. Hindi. Kasi, dapat, kung ano yung kailangan, para mas lalong matulungan ka, those are the soft skills that need to be addressed also. Okay. So, kailangan maano muna natin, ma-identify muna natin, ano ba yung gap? Okay? Meron ba munang gap? Kasi maganda yung topic na inano sa akin kasi bridging the gap. Now, how will you bridge the gap when first and foremost you do not acknowledge that there is a gap? Okay. Kasi pangit po kung halimbawa suntok sa buwan lang yung ating pag-uusap ngayon. So kailangan mapangalanan mo na. So that is one objective of my talk is that you be able to name ano ba yung nangyayari. Okay? Para pag napangalanan mo kung ano yung problema, saka mo ma-address ng tama. Now, second, so the first is the skills gap. Second is the engagement gap. Ano naman ibig sabihin ng engagement gap? So the engagement is a newer challenge in the workplace today, also called the workforce experience gap. And this is the quality of the employee experience that organizations think they are delivering compared to the actual engagement levels of these employees. So sa madaling sabi, engagement gap refers to how engaged your teachers are in their profession. Meron ba tayong ginagawa na para makita na baka mamaya maraming teachers wala nang gana magturo? Diba? Ano na ba yung quality ng pagtuturo? Diba? Ano na ba yung quality? Kasi pangit kung halimbawa hindi na pala motivated si madam or si sir sa pagtuturo pero wala namang wala namang nakakapansin o wala namang nagsasabi. So that is the engagement gap. How engaged a person is in his in whatever craft he is entrusted with. Okay. So kasi baka mamaya, ito lang, yung daming trabaho na binibigay pero yung tanong doon, may quality pa ba? Di ba? May quality pa ba? So how do we close the workforce engagement gap? How do we close the workforce engagement gap? First, use the right data and use it right. Anong ibig sabihin nito? Use the right data and use it right. So collecting feedback from employees and taking a deeper look at key metrics in line with this qualitative data can help you quickly and efficiently optimize your employee experience rather than going on guesswork. Huwag mo huhulaan. Okay? As administrators, kasi di ba bawat halimbawa bawat area merong mga head, di ba? Merong mga head. So, halimbawa as the head of every area, maganda that you have a close monitoring of your members. You need to collect feedbacks. Kailangan may kasi baka mamaya nang huhula ka lang. As administrator, mahirap kung nang huhula ka lang sa tunay na nararamdaman o nararanasan o pinagdadaanan ng iyong mga guro. It's good that you are able to collect feedback mismo. Halimbawa, wala nang gana, wala na nakikita na baka you're already receiving feedbacks from the students na ma'am si sir po parang ganito po, parang mali na po yung tinuturo pero may nagsabi ba sa kanya, 'di ba? Ma'am si madam po parang wala na pong gana sa or kahit yung ibang co-teachers napapansin na. But are those feedbacks being given to the immediate superior para at least na-address? Okay? Hindi ka lang manghula na sasabihin mo, hindi, okay pa ang department ko, okay pa kami, when in fact, alam mo na baka hindi na. Okay? So you collect feedback. Second, you put people first. Anong ibig sabihin ng put people first? So you make people and experiences part of the core values and beliefs of your organization. You communicate these beliefs to supervisors, to teams, and at the employee level in everything you do. Okay. So kailangan nagiging ano ka pa din. Kasi very crucial ang role ng mga teachers. Okay? Hindi lang yan basta nagtuturo eh. So kailangan papahalagahan mo din as administrators or as leaders, sabi nga dito, you have to communicate the beliefs. What is it that they are going through? What are their crucial experiences that may have an effect in their teaching or in the learning of the students? Okay? So, kailangan people-centered ka din eh. As administrator, kailangan person-centered ka din. Okay? Kailangan na inuunawa mo din ang iyong mga guro. Yan po yung mahalaga. Papasukan ko ng konting input bilang pare. Yan po yung mahalaga ng salitang unawa. Kasi tayo, di ba, tayo lalong-lalo na sa workplace, kung minsan mas madali sa atin yung husgahan ang kasama natin sa trabaho bago unawain kung ano ba talagang pinagdadaanan niya. Diba? So, kaya unawa, mahalaga yung uunawain mo. Una-awa. Bago yung panghusga, una-awa. So, unawa. Pareho din, as teachers, yan din yung mahalaga as teachers sa inyong mga estudyante. Wag unahin ang ano. Sabi nga sa Itbulaga, bawal judgmental. Ha? Bawal judgmental lalo kung hindi mo alam yung buong kwento na pinagdadaanan ng bawat tao. Okay. Giving supervisors tools to communicate with employees and personalizing the experience for them helps cultivate a people-first culture. Okay. So ito yung isang crucial role din for the supervisors. They need to have a tool para ma-communicate. Kaya maganda na merong ano talaga, halimbawa, merong evaluation tool na ginagamit para malinaw. Ito ba namimit pa ito ng teacher na ito? So that nagiging hindi lang hula yung evaluation sa bawat guro, kundi talagang meron kang pinagbabasehan. And lastly, number 3, you use the technology. Okay. So use the right technology and utilize things like automation to deliver a better experience. So, syempre, alam natin that sa public school, ito din yung ano natin, yung isa din sa nagiging hindrance usually, that as much as you would like to be very advanced in your teaching or in your process of teaching, syempre yung isang hindrance yung the right technology, whether they are given to the school or not. Okay. But again, we just have to improvise kung ano yung ano natin, kung ano yung available. And lastly, the last type of gap is the learning gap. Learning gap. Ano naman yung learning gap? So finally, the workforce learning gap is the disparity between how important training and learning is to both managers and employees and how well this learning is actually delivered. Okay. So as a learning institution, so halimbawa, yung mga natututunan ba since we are talking about the teachers, kasi teachers ang audience ko. So yung mga natututunan ba talaga ng mga guro, yung mga training ba talagang kailangan nila, yun ba talaga yung nakukuha nila in order for them to improve themselves, or binibigay lang kung ano lang yung basta maibigay? Okay. Kaya nga maganda yung kanina nag-uusap kami kanina ni Madam Assistant na halimbawa kahit dito, kailangan makita muna ano ba muna yung need. You do not just hold inset or in-service training just for the sake of holding one. Kailangan makita muna, identify, ano ba sa ganitong sitwasyon, ano ba yung mga pinakakailangan ng mga guro ko ngayon. Okay? That is the learning gap. Okay. Training and career development is one of the #1 reasons that employees choose to stay with the company, and many bases their decisions on which company offers the best learning and development. So this is, sabi ko nga, yung pinag-ano kasi nito is yung the business environment, but when in fact, this is also true in the educational system. The need for training and career development. I just do not know kung halimbawa paano ito inaano sa public. Okay. So how to close the learning gap, the workforce learning gap? First, to close the workforce learning gap, you need to reimagine the learning experience from your employee's perspective and deliver a new engaging learning strategy. So sabi ko nga, maganda nga when you plan for trainings, for development trainings, you may personally ask the teachers their immediate need. Okay? What needs to be prioritized? Kasi ang daming kailangan ng mga teachers. Hindi din naman yan kakayanin kung lahat ibibigay. Ano ba yung dapat na pinaka-priority? Halimbawa, kanina pinag-uusapan namin, with all what's happening around us, maybe one good topic that you can also consider is about the mental well-being or the emotional well-being of the teachers. Okay. Okay, so for my second part, I'll be talking about what matters in a workplace. The workplace matters. So that includes the teacher quality, the retention and effectiveness, and this is based from the study of Susan Moore Johnson from Harvard Graduate School of Education. This was published in 2006. Okay, so definition of working conditions. Ano ba yung pinaka dapat na nakikita natin? Actually, this should be part of the non-negotiables in a working condition. They should be part of what you need to expect and what you need to have in your working environment as a learning institution. First, working conditions include the following. Number 1, the physical features of buildings, equipment, and resources. Why? Because they serve as a platform for teachers' work. Okay. So, again, yung buildings ba natin, or the classrooms, the faculty rooms, or the rooms that we need to have, are they being properly administered to? Okay. So, the physical features. Kasi conducive to learning ba yung aking environment, the physical features. Again, ito din yung natin kasi syempre sa public institution, kailangan nating mag-aantay ka lang sa kung ano yung ibibigay. No? Hindi ka naman pwede mag-assert na ito yung kailangan namin. Diba? Okay. Second, the organizational structure. Define teachers' formal positions and relationships with others in the school, such as lines of authority, the workload, autonomy, and supervisory arrangements. So, sa madaling sabi, the importance of the organizational chart. Para walang sapawan, walang nangyayaring sapawan ng trabaho, at para na alam mo kung how things should be addressed properly. Okay. So, halimbawa, nagka-problema si ganito, sino ba yun dapat na immediate superior na kailangan mag-address para wala mo nang nangingialam. Okay. So, para mas madali kasi yung the way you can address every issue. Number three is the sociological features. Shape how teachers experience their work, including their roles, status, and the characteristics of their students and peers. This, I believe, is the reason bakit may, di ba sa hiring may localization? Di ba? May localization. Halimbawa, kung taga-tabako ka, mas maganda talagang sa tabako ka din ma-assign. You know why? Para alam mo kung ano yung kultura ng estudyanteng iyong magiging clients. Kasi halimbawa, iba ang sociological features ng mga taga first district, sa second district, at sa third district. So as teachers, mas maganda na alam mo yun yung at home ramdam ng mga estudyante that I can be myself kasi at home ako sa teacher ko. Kasi alam ng teacher ko kung ano yung mga pinapahalagaan ko bilang isang taga-tabako. Okay. The political features of the organization, such as whether teachers have opportunities to participate in important decisions. So, kailangan binibigyan din yung mga teachers na mag-participate especially in coming up with important decisions. Bakit? Para pagdating ng isang desisyon, madaling sundin ng mga teachers ang isang ginawang desisyon because they can own them. Diba? Kasi I participated in making this decision kaya madali kong gawin ito kaysa yung halimbawa binigay lang sa'yo na wala kang choice na gawin. Pinagawa lang sa'yo dahil wala kang choice. So mas maganda na kasama ang teachers sa paggawa ng mga desisyon sa mga bagay-bagay para mas madali, meron silang owning at mas madali nilang gawin, mas madali nilang gampanan ang mga bagay na sila mismo ay kasama sa usapan. Number 5, the cultural features of the school. So as a workplace that influence teachers' interpretation of what they do and their commitment, such as values, traditions, and norms. So kasama ito ng sociological features. The cultural features. Halimbawa, lalo sa atin, napakatingkad sa atin ng yung the cultural feature in every municipality. Ano ba yung pinapahalagan? May mga specific characteristic kasi dito halos bawat municipality na talagang hayag na hayag eh. So kailangan pati yon, mas maganda na pati yon talagang alam ng teacher kung ano yung mga pinapahalagang values, mga tradisyon, mga norms sa bawat municipality or sa bawat school, sa bawat community. Why? So that you would not experience that you are an alien in your own learning community. Kasi pag halimbawa ang tingin sa iyo ng mga kasama mong teachers alien, ibig sabihin mahirap kang kasama. So bakit? Kasi hindi mo naman naunawaan kung ano talaga yung pinaka-value, pinaka-tradisyon ng ano, diba? And we also talk about the psychological features of the environment, so that may sustain or deplete them personally, such as the meaningfulness of what they do day to day or the opportunities they find for learning and growth. So kailangan kasama din ito sa mga non-negotiable. You do not just talk about the sociological feature, but lalong-lalo na ngayon na we are so much into mental well-being, kailangan pinag-uusapan din, and this is non-negotiable, the psychological feature of the environment. So, is my environment, is this learning environment giving me so much stress? Diba? Has this become a source of my stress? Kasi kahit kaano kagaling mong teacher, kung alam mo na ang iyong learning institution ay nagiging source ng iyong stress, kaya madali mo nang hindi makitaan ng pagpapahalaga at kahulugan ang iyong ginagawa. Mahirap pag halimbawa, naging routinary na lang ang lahat. Hindi mo na nakikitaan ng kahalagahan ang iyong ginagawa, lalong-lalo na ang iyong itinuturo. Dahil at the end, Ang magiging biktima ay walang iba kundi ang ating mga mag-aaral. Okay. So kailangan palang pangalagaan din ang psychological features ng mga teachers. And of course, the educational features such as curriculum and testing policies that they may enhance or constrain what teachers can teach. So, mas maganda yung halimbawa pag nagtuturo ka, alam mo yung kung saan nawawala na ba ako sa dapat kong itinuturo or nasa line pa ba ako kasi merong the pattern, the curriculum na kailangan sinusundan. And that I should also be uniform. Okay. Now, we talk about the benchmarks for school workplace conditions. So, in the slide, in your screen, you can see there are 3 columns. The column for benchmarks for moving from, so ito yung mga ano tapos moving toward. So ibig sabihin, ano yung dapat gagawin mo kung halimbawa this is what exists in your own workplace. So benchmark first for teaching assignments. So moving from out of field or split assignments, excessive teaching load or class size. Siguro nangyayari. Nangyayari ba dito? Ha? Yung halimbawa excessive teaching load, yung sobra yung loading. Na hindi naman. Hindi. Oh. Regulated. Okay, good. At least regulated. Because this report of Susan Moore is ang kasi ang konteksto nito is yung public school sa US. So even in the US, they're experiencing this excessive teaching load. So bakit halimbawa pag sobra-sobra na yung teaching load, hindi na din talaga advisable sa teachers kasi syempre madali na mapagod. So pag madali na mapagod, madali nang mairita. Diba? Madali nang magalit at ang ano na naman, kawawa ang estudyante. So moving from out of field split assignment, you move towards appropriate teaching assignment. So kailangan malinaw yung ano, sabi nga ni Madam, kailangan regulated. Moving from class size, ito, problema natin ang sa class size siguro. Regulated din ba? Hindi din eh. Wala din kasi sa dami din ng estudyante, no? Sa dami din ng siguro magiging problema natin ito lalo pag halimbawa pinaano na ang face to face, no? Yan, syempre problema natin to. So moving from class size, moving toward manageable teaching load and class size. Now, benchmark, what should be the benchmark for working relationship among teachers? So working in isolation from colleagues and moving towards collaboratively with colleagues. Okay, so anong ibig sabihin nito? Now, in the report of NEA 2003, in both 1996 and 2001, teachers ranked cooperative, competent teacher colleagues, mentors as the most important factor helping them in their work. So maganda na merong mentoring. Especially, ang focus dito ay lalong-lalo na mentoring sa mga bagong guro. Okay. So, bakit kailangan may mentoring? Okay, ano yung kahalagahan ng mentoring? Kasi halimbawa, as ano yan, yung mas ayoko sabihin mas matandang teacher. Baka yung mas nakakatandang teacher, halimbawa you mentor a new teacher, alam mo yung ang maganda kasi dito, at least when you work with one another, mawawala yung the idea of competition amongst one another. Diba? Yung nagpapagalingan, hindi. Mas maganda kung ano yung meron ako, mas maganda na naibabahagi ko din sa ibang guro, lalong-lalo na doon sa mga bago. Okay. Kaya nga, you move from working in isolation, yung nag-iisa ka lang, towards working in collaboration with other colleagues. There is also a considerable empirical evidence that interdependent work among teachers can contribute to increased student achievement and teacher satisfaction. So yan yung isang magagandang the advantages when teachers work with one another, when there is a collaboration with one another. Sabi ko nga kanina, nawawala yung sense of competition, diba? Yung teacher na nagiging very competitive na kailangan when a teacher kasi works in isolation, parang yung sariling diskarte ko lang, so wala kayong pakialam sa akin, sa sariling diskarte ko to, at dahil sariling diskarte ko to, kailangan mapatunayan ko na ako naman talaga may pinakatamang strategy. So yun. When in fact, when you collaborate with other teachers, you get to compare. Ano ba yung mga kulang ko pa dito? Ano ba yung mga sobra? Ano yung mga kailangan ko pang idagdag? So that at the end, the one who will benefit much are the students. And also your relationship with teachers. Rosenholz explained, norms of collegiality do not simply happen. They do not spring spontaneously out of teachers' mutual respect and concern for each other. Rather, they are carefully engineered by structuring the workplace with frequent exposure to contact and frequent opportunities for interaction. So, maganda to na ang pinapaliwanag dito ni Rosenholz, it doesn't happen overnight na, dapat bukas, dapat close na kaagad lahat ng mga teachers. Hindi. Okay? So, you have to make opportunities. You have to create opportunities for teachers to be able to mingle with one another. You have to create activities that will promote interaction and collaboration amongst teachers. Kasi ito nga yung ano pa doon sa psychological feature of the working environment. Kasi when you are in union, when you are in unity, in collaboration with your teachers, nakakabawas ng stress yun. Diba? Kesa yung aakuin mo lahat, sosolohin mo lahat. You will be prone, a teacher who works alone will be very much prone to stress. Kaya isip-isip tayo, yung mga teachers na gustong parating nag-iisa. Ayan. Sorry po, I just have to be straight with what I am. Hindi ko naman po kayo kilala lahat. I just have to say this. Now, benchmarks for support for new teachers. Ito yung sinasabi ko. Moving from sink or swim induction, moving toward ongoing observation of interaction with and advice from experienced colleagues. So, there should be a support for new teachers. Bakit? Para madagdagan din syempre yung confidence nila at hindi sila manibago na sa kanilang working environment. So moving from sink or swim. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng sink or swim? It's either you succeed or you fail alone. Ikaw lang mag-isa. Okay? So you move towards ongoing observation of, you interact and advise from experienced colleagues. So maganda din syempre. Ito yung maganda sa pag may collaboration. You get to break the gap between the new and the yung mga hindi na masyadong bago sa community or sa inyong samahan. Okay. So in response to the entry of large numbers of new teachers, many schools and districts have instituted mentoring programs that pair experienced and new teachers. So yan yung hindi ko alam kung halimbawa ginagawa yan sa inyo dito, yung mentoring between the between the experienced and the new teachers. So some research has shown that mentoring increases retention rates among novice teachers. Kasi alam syempre, lalong-lalo na sa mga bago, when they get to feel that although I am new in the workplace, I can still feel and experience support from the elder one. So mas lalo akong motivated na magturo dahil alam kong kahit nag-uumpisa pa lang ako, kahit nag-a-adjust pa lang ako, alam kong meron sa aking meron akong gabay. Okay. Now, support for students, moving from little assistance for students or for teachers in working with students, inadequate family and community support, moving towards collective teacher responsibility for student achievement, comprehensive student support services, school community school family community partnerships. So especially with the cases of our students nowadays na very diverse ang ating mga estudyante ngayon, all the more that students should experience that they are getting the support from the school, especially kaya nga 'di ba ang tawag sa school pangalawang tahanan. Kasi marami tayong mga estudyante na yung mga hindi nila nakukuhang yung ine-expect nila na makuha nila sa bahay nila, sana makuha na nila dito sa kanilang pangalawang tahanan. You can just imagine, halimbawa, a student, a learner who must be struggling very much in his family, inside the household, tapos pagdating dito, hindi pa na-address yung kanilang ano. Kaya nga po, merong mga estudyante na sinasabi natin, mga kulang sa pansin. They are not kulang sa pansin for no reason. Ha? They are not kulang sa pansin for no reason. Merong hinahanap yan ng mga bagay na hindi nila nakukuha sa kanilang pamilya. And as teachers, as a learning environment, as the second home of our students, kailangan na address natin yan. Kaya nga maganda that we have a close collaboration din with the family and the whole community para hindi na natin nasosolo. Kasi maganda, kahit gaano ka, halimbawa, kahit gaano mo kagaling na teacher, tapos kahit gaano kaganda ng iyong lesson na ituturo, pero yung mga estudyante wala sa tamang motivation dahil may mga sayang. So, alam mo yun, yung parang magtatanim ka, mas maganda na ayusin mo muna yung pagtataniman mo. Diba? Kasi otherwise, yung pagtatanim mo ng mga binhi, baka masayang lang kasi yung lupa, hindi mo naayos. So, ibig sabihin, yung mga estudyante, natatanggap ng mga lessons natin, hindi natin naayos yung kanilang kondisyon. So, kahit gaano mo kagaling na teacher, sayang. Kahit gaano kaganda ng lesson, kahit gaano ka-prepared mo ng iyong lessons, kung yung mga tatanggap ay hindi maayos ang kanilang sitwasyon, sayang. So you also need to have a close collaboration, a support for students para at least walang masasayang doon sa lahat ng hirap mo bilang isang guro, lahat ng hirap mo bilang isang administrator. Okay. So teachers' experience today's students has changed in nearly every respect related to and predictive of academic success. So ito yung okay. So ito na yung from the report of McLaughlin and Talbert in 2001. So there is the family support, consistent attendance, attention to schoolwork, social class, and language compatible with school culture. So, halimbawa, can you see this amongst your students? Kasi hindi natin pwedeng baliwalain yung bakit halimbawa yung mga estudyante na parang naano na yung kanilang pagiging absentee. So, hindi yan absentee for no reason. Okay? So, kailangan you should also be aware of what's happening inside your own classroom. Okay, you should be attentive to the needs of your children, of the learners. They are your children because you are the second parent. Okay, the social class and language compatible with school culture. Okay. Ngayon halimbawa nakakaano na the language that our uh, students are using even inside the school, 'di ba? The, so bakit halimbawa, ano ba yung gagawin mo? Halimbawa, babaliwalain mo ba? Halimbawa, meron kang estudyante na parang sobra-sobra magmura. Yung parang ano lang, parang ginawa ng ano lang yung pagmumura. Diba? So kailangan may ano din yan, may mga indications din yan. Those are red flags to some things din. Okay. Benchmark for curricular support. So moving from under or over prescribed curriculum, often not aligned with standards, you move toward a complete, aligned curriculum that can be used flexibly. So, ngayon nagkaroon tayo ng mga bagong halimbawa, given the new situation ngayon, nagkaroon tayo yung tinatawag natin ngayon, mga milks. Okay, so are those milks being met? Lalo na ngayon, time is of essence ngayon eh. 'Di ba? Resources are of essence. So, may nasasayang ba? May natatapon ba doon sa mga milks na kailangan talagang dapat yun yung ina-address natin for this particular situation? Okay. The resources and materials, moving from routine shortages of instructional supplies, teachers spending their own money for essentials, moving towards sufficient resources and materials, and teachers stipends for extras. I do not know if how evident are these things in the public. Natural sa public kasi, no, yung pag halimbawa wala ka naman choice ko, halimbawa kailangan mo talaga pero wala namang supply, kundi talagang dapat na mag-aano ka talaga, magpo-provide ka talaga. Kaya halimbawa ako as a administrator sa CCS, parati ko naman pinapaalala sa mga teachers ko. Sabi ko, wala naman teacher talaga na magiging mayaman, 'di ba? Kung gusto mo maging mayaman talaga at sobrang maging mayaman, wag mo hangarin maging teacher. Hindi kayo yaman sa pagtuturo. Pero ang sabi ko nga sa kanila, ang tunay na yaman doon, alam mong marami kang natulungan. And that's priceless, 'di ba? That's priceless. Yung kahit nagagastuhan ka na ano, alam mo, kaya maganda nga yung ako, gustong-gusto ko yung kwento ng isang halimbawa sa isang class reunion, 'di ba? Yung kwento na nagpagalingan yung mga achievements nila. The architects are bragging about the many buildings they have built, and the engineers, the doctors who were bragging about the the medications or the patients they had, the yung mga iba-ibang profession. And when the teacher was asked, anong sabi niya? Simple. I was their teacher. I taught them all. Ako nagturo sa kanila. I made them all. So, well, at the end of your life, again, what matters most is not what you have, but what you did in your lifetime. Okay. Patapos na yata ako. I cannot consume any. Okay lang naman hindi ako tatapos. Akala kasi pagalitan ako ni Sir Glenn na dapat hanggang 4:30 ako. I think this is my last slide. Benchmark for assessment. Excessive focus on tested topics and test-taking skills. Moving towards standard tests as one part of a comprehensive assessment strategy. Ang mahalaga dito is that you are able to find an assessment material where you can assess ano ba, kung na-meet ba yung mga needs, okay? The goals that you were able to set before the start of the school year. Kaya nga mahalaga na meron kang goals. Tapos, you have an assessment whether these goals were met. Kung halimbawa hindi, ano ba yung naging problema? Ano ba yung mga kailangan baguhin? Yung mga kailangan idagdag? Okay? So you need to strategize with the assessment so that you can always have you can always measure. Hindi mo lang pwedeng magi-guesswork ka lang. Ito yung nangyari kasi hindi. Kailangan meron kang parating basis. Meron kang evidence bakit ito yung nangyari, bakit ito yung kailangan idadagdag. And I think that meron pa pala, sorry. Professional development, so from a miscellaneous, moving from a miscellaneous selection of one-shot workshops, moving toward coherent job embedded assistance that meets individual teachers' instructional needs. So ito yung sinasabi ko kanina na you did not, halimbawa, when you plan for conferences, when you plan for trainings, you did not just plan just for the sake of having one, but you need to address kung ano talaga yung pinaka-priority ng bawat teacher. Okay? Kaya nga sabi ko kanina, mas maganda kung kasama ang teachers mismo sa planning pa lang para alam mong mapapakinabangan talaga nila. And that would also show how interested the teachers are. Halimbawa, hindi ko alam, I was just told na maraming tao sa Bonggon Hall. Tingnan nyo kung may mga natutulog. Yan. Sige, tingnan nyo muna kung may mga natutulog. Yung mga natutulog, yan yung mga hindi masyado interesado kasi baka napilitan lang si madam. Diba? Pero kung halimbawa, sinama kasi sila sa plano, ay, kailangan ko makinig kasi ako mismo yung nag-suggest niyan eh. I voted for the topic eh. Kasi alam kong mapapakinabangan ko yan. So, yung kahit alam mong antok na antok, yan talaga makita nyo. Tingnan nyo, yung nag-i-struggle sa antok. Diba? Yan yung talagang nagpapahalaga kasi alam kong kailangan ko yan eh. Kaya pakikinggan ko talaga. Kahit ganito yung sitwasyon namin, I really have to adapt kasi alam kong kailangan ko yan. Kasi nga, hindi lang kayo basta nag-training just for the sake of having one, but you had your training because I know I need one. Yung hindi lang po, mga madam, mga sir, hindi lang po for the sake of attendance. Di ba? Kundi dahil alam kong sa aking pakikinig, meron akong mapupulot at meron akong mapapakinabangan para pagdating ng panahon, meron ding mapapakinabangan ng aking mga estudyante. So it's not just for you, but it's also for your students. Benchmarks for professional influence and career growth, moving from having the same influence and opportunities on the first day and last day of one's career to moving toward progressively expanding influence and increasing opportunities for career growth. So, kailangan pati yung pati yung career mo. Alam mong merong nangyayari sa iyong career. Otherwise, pag halimbawa naging stagnant ka, 'di ba ang stagnant na tubig, madaling masira, madaling lamukin, 'di ba? Madaling itapon. So, ganun din. Kailangan alam mo as a teacher, as an educator, kailangan meron growth na nangyayari sa akin. Okay. So, facilities. Moving from inadequate and safe, decrepit buildings for some schools, moving towards safe, well-maintained, well-equipped facilities for all schools. So ito lang yung problema natin ngayon dahil kakatapos lang ng bagyo, wala din tayong choice sa mga nasirang mga facilities. Okay, but then again, ang pinapaunawa dito katulad nung sabi kanina, non-negotiable is the physical feature of the learning institution. And lastly, I think this is the last. Yeah, it is. The principal's leadership. Yan, Madam Principal po. Yan, sabi dito, moving from insufficient attention to workplace conditions and interdependent aspects of teachers' work, moving towards actively brokers workplace conditions, encourages teacher independence, and collective work. Sa madaling sabi, mas maganda na talagang may pakialam at pagkaunawa sa mga pinagdadaanan ng iyong mga teachers. Halimbawa, wala akong maisip na example, kundi halimbawa ako as administrator of CCS, pwede naman sana, sabi ko nga sa mga teachers ko, pwede naman sana hindi na ako kumuha ng teaching load kasi nakakapagod na. But I still chose to teach. Bakit? Para sabi ko sa kanila, para mas naunawaan ko ang pinanggagalingan ninyo at ang mga nararanasan ninyo. Kasi otherwise, kung halimbawa hindi ko nauunawaan, I can always require you with so many things. Ito yung dapat yung gawin, ito yung deadline nyo, ito yung ano. Napakadaling mag-ano. Pero kung ikaw mismo alam mo kung anong pinagdadaanan ng bawat teacher, dahil ikaw mismo ay teacher, pinili mo mas madali mo sila maunawaan. And that is where you can show compassion. Okay? That is where you can be compassionate when you know their own experience. That is where you can be very where you can empathize with people, with your own teachers, kasi alam mo mismo kung ano yung kanilang pinagdadaanan. Okay? So I think that would be all. Thank you and God bless everyone. Hindi ko alam kung makakapag-open forum tayo with our setup. So that would be all. Thank you. Thank you po. Yeah, thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Father Augusto O. Abril, and selflessly sharing with us your knowledge and expertise on the topic, Bridging the Gaps, Promoting Solidarity to Foster a Positive Learning Climate in the Workplace. Truly, for the success of every institution, every little data and every member is important. Hence, we need to work together, grow together, and succeed together. As a gesture of thanks for our first speaker, he will receive a certificate and a token. The text reads, the text reads, Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 5, Division City Schools, Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City. This certificate of commendation is awarded to Reverend Father Augusto O. Abril for his laudable performance shown and profound wisdom shared as the fourth speaker. During the mid-year in-service training for Tabacan National High School's teaching and non-teaching personnel with the theme, Fostering Effective and Flexible Learning Environment for Optimum Professional and Academic Gains, held on December 13 to 18, 2020 at Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City. Given this starting day of December 2020 at Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City. Signed by Elena Diaz, the Secondary School Principal for from Agnes P. Obra Public Schools District Purpose. May we call in Mrs. Salve B. Estrella, Assistant School Principal of the Junior High School Academic, to receive the certificate of commendation and to be assisted by Ma'am Zilma P. Carpullo, Master Teacher 1 and City Coordinator, and Ma'am Kathleen P. Pino, Master Teacher 1, Macro Department. Information and at the same time, our requests to all of you through our assistant principals, the department heads, the subject group heads, and the section heads of the non-teaching personnel group. This is about Division Memorandum number 312, series 2020, signed by Socorro de la Rosa, Schools Division Superintendent. The subject is about Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, BELCP, reporting of accomplishment as basis for technical assistance. This will be conducted on December 18, 2020 from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Tabaco North Central Elementary School. The aim is to determine gaps and gains in the implementation of the BELCP of schools along curriculum implementation, This has just been mentioned by our very competent speaker, Father Abril. He has mentioned about gaps and gains, which are really very important in the operation of the school or any organization. And second, analyze the data for adjustment and for the provision of technical assistance by supervisors and school heads and teachers. So, papasok po dito si mentoring, papasok po dito si technical assistance so that every school would be able to adjust the BELCP, which is the master plan in the execution of the programs, projects, and activities of the school for 2021 and 2020. So, what do I need from you, dear teachers, head, head, and our teaching and non-teaching personnel? I need please the following. I need data. This will be in PowerPoint, and once again, may I personally ask the expertise of Cars and Jules to help me come up with a PowerPoint presentation. So we need an updated enrollment.
Wala na kayo mahiling ka mo, ma'am.
I will get the summary. I will get the
Wala
details
na
from
po
you,
kayo.
section advisors, to be reported to Nelly. And Nelly will have it summarized to be submitted to me so that you would be able to prepare a PowerPoint. That's the first slide in the PowerPoint, followed by number of learners by learning delivery modality,
Send ko, ma'am, sa mo.
distance learning, learn, distance learning digital, online distance learning. I think we all know that Tabaco National has implemented three learning delivery modalities. So again, the lists, sorry, official lists must come from the section advisors, then to be forwarded again to Nelly. It can also be validated from our ODL teachers, from our digital and printed assigned teachers. Letter C, monitoring of learning delivery modalities. Modular distance learning, number of teachers who monitor the MDL, platform used, text, chat, home visit, etc. So here, napaka-importante pong part na ito, this is part of the individual monitoring plan of each subject teacher. Kindly share to your head the platforms you use in connection or in engaging with your students. Average number of learners monitored daily. So if you have 300 students, how many have you monitored? Say 150 or average difficulties or problems encountered and solutions made or provided. Then TA provided by the school heads. If you have encountered some challenges, some problems, what did you do at your own level so that the problems were solved or the challenges were met or were addressed. And of course, I will just include the technical assistance provided by the school principal, the assistant principal, your department heads, and others. Online distance learning, mentoring of asynchronous learning by teachers. I would like to request our IT team to please provide me a data or report about this. Difficulties, problems encountered by online teachers. TA provided by the school heads, by the assistant principals, the department heads, the subject group heads, and others. So please take note of this. This is very important. Next is summative assessment. Number of summative assessment provided to learners. How many summative assessments have you provided to learners for this first quarter? Manner of administering the summative assessment.
types of summative assessment provided, the products, performances, what is the average number, written outputs, what is the average number, difficulties or challenges encountered by teachers. Please be very honest about this so that we'll be able to help you, we'll be able to provide you the assistance that you need. Then, of course, the TA provided by the school principal, assistant principals, department heads, and others. That is summative assessment. Kindly take note po. Next is learning environment. Provision of necessary sanitation hygiene products, trainings, activities conducted along health protocols for teachers, parents, and school personnel, percentage of physical facilities available, such as classrooms, furniture, etc., for possible face-to-face learning. What are the challenges you encountered along learning environment? Then actions taken. What did we do? This is specifically uh, directed to our learners, operation and support, and other office-based personnel. Tulong-tulong po tayo dito. Another, a summary of donations received by schools. What is the manner of utilization of donations? So I would like to request our Brigada Eskwela coordinator, Presi, and assistant coordinators, Glenn and Boning, together with Bex as our alumni relations officer, to be involved in the preparation of the report. Next is technical assistance provided to teachers, trainings and other TA modes conducted. TA in accomplishing, achieving the different objectives in the RPMS PPST and challenges encountered. And letter G, technical assistance needed from the CID, specifically what do we need or what kind of help do we need from our curriculum implementation division, specifically coming from our chief and coming from our subject specialists. If I could have, please, the data or the report tomorrow, kahit hapon na po, mga 1 o'clock, I would gladly appreciate it because Cars, Jules, and I will prepare the PowerPoint. The soft copy, ang soft copy nga po, submit December 14. But anyway, makikiusap na lang po ako sa kanila. Okay, I think that's all for today. And may I express my deepest gratitude, first and foremost, to the organizers, the staff development core team, ably managed by our 3 assistant principals, ASPs being Ken and Renz, with Ton, Ching, Jer, and of course the different members, all our master teachers. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It was indeed very fruitful, very meaningful, and a very engaging activity. And I hope all your learning would be translated into action. And that will be seen through your behavior, that will be seen through your actions, that will be seen through your accomplishment report, and eventually will be seen in our performance, despite the fact that we are in crisis. I hope we will not be able to sacrifice quality. And of course, to our dear teachers who are at their homes, who are in the school, thank you so much for your active participation. Thank you so much for appreciating this career development opportunity. enhancement of knowledge, skills, and attitude. I hope po na-appreciate niyo po yung insight natin. Ako po, I have appreciated it so much. I have listened very carefully. I have noted down, especially on the gaps and gains. Napaka-importante yung gaps na dapat ma-bridge natin yung gap. What's happening in between? Nagagawa natin, nag-implementation tayo, may pre-implementation tayo. Tapos ano yung during implementation, then after implementation. So what's happening there? Dapat alam po natin yan. Kaya nga po, yung reporting, yung giving of feedbacks are very important. Again, thank you so much. Please take care of yourself. God bless you and your family. Merry Christmas. Thank you.